is it that binds us to this place as to no other?
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
It all comes down to this. Carolina's had a very strong season to this point, with some notable slip-ups along the way. But now, the Heels enter the final stretch, which they have long known would define their year. 3 longtime rivals, Duke, Clemson, State, in 3 consecutive weeks to finish the regular season. For the Tar Heels, it starts tonight, and the time is now. The Tar Heel Sports Network's coverage of the 110th meeting between Duke and Carolina starts right now. Maye claps his hands, immediately looks to his left. Pressure there. Maye throws off his back feet. Oh, coming back and making the catch is Copenhagen for the touchdown. Maye, clean pocket. Now he rolls out to the right. He's going to try to go deep. Has a man there. And touchdown, Carolina. Huzzy down the far sideline. Comes up at the numbers. He's at the 30. Huzzy may go. 15, 10, 5. Give him 6, baby. Touchdown, Carolina. Rattler's in trouble, and down he goes. The Butcher does it again. Pressure coming, and the throw tipped up in the air, and intercepted. Power echoes. Able to make the pick. Maye pulls it, tries to roll to the far side. Oh, now he's going to throw it and score. Gracious Maye. Maye quickly over the middle. Caught there, stepping through a tackle and stepping to the end zone. Bryson Nesbitt for 6 more. It is pouring points in Chapel Hill.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
This is Jones Angel. Mac Brown has made it clear Carolina must stop the run better than it did against Virginia and Georgia Tech, or it's not going to have a chance in the final 3 games of the season. The Tar Heels' first test comes tonight against a potent ground attack from rival Duke. Brian Simmons was a 2-time All-America at Carolina, has his jersey honored at UNC. He played a decade in the NFL.
And Coach Brown also talked about finishing the season strong, unlike last season. What a great opportunity to do so with the trip to Death Valley, sandwiched by games against in-state foes Blue Devils tonight and Wolfpack Thanksgiving weekend. All that should make for an interesting close to the season.
Lee Pace authors extra points. He'll be reporting from the chilly sidelines this evening.
The availability of Duke quarterback Riley Leonard aside, this Blue Devil team is number 37 in the nation in rushing offense, number 7 in scoring defense, number 19 in fewest penalty yards, and 2nd in net punting. This is a stern challenge indeed for the Tar Heels tonight.
We have all those storylines, plus you're going to hear from both the head coaches, Mac Brown and Mike Elko. We'll continue our weekly pregame conversations with Carolina great Jeff Saturday. You'll hear from Senior Associate AD Rick Steinbacher, plus we'll check on scores from around the ACC and Top 25. It's been a huge day across the landscape of college football. All of that and so much more coming up. It's Duke, it's Carolina, it's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Carolina football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Take a taste. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Is a gorgeous evening in Chapel Hill. It has been a little overcast, but no threat of rain tonight. It is chilly. It feels like football, and we're excited that you are joining us for the 110th meeting between Carolina and Duke. Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace. You will hear from Dave Nathan coming up in just a little bit. Matt Krause is our spotter and statistician. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. John Essick back in the Tar Heel Sports Network studio. And our coverage of Carolina Duke is presented tonight by Wells Fargo, the official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. And, of course, this is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. Brian, before Carolina's 2023 football schedule was even publicly released, Mack Brown started highlighting the difficulty of the final 3 games of the season. Duke, at Clemson, at State. That stretch begins tonight as the Heels host the rival Blue Devils here in Kenan Stadium.
Yeah, and Carolina, after starting the season 6-0, playing their way inside the top 10 or in the top 10, they failed the trap game test. And so with the last 3 games of this season, you don't get any trap games. You know exactly what you're getting into. You're getting a Duke physical football team, in-state rivalry. You go to Death Valley. We all know what that's going to be like. And then you go over to NC State, who we haven't beaten in the last 2 years. So Carolina, if you want to be considered a good team, you have to put yourself in adverse situations and come out on top. And Carolina will get a great opportunity to do that over the next 3 weeks.
Guys, this home stretch has got a real old school finish to it. Back in the 70s and 80s, you guys were still in short pants. Y'all weren't around at that point. But every year, almost, Carolina finished the season with Clemson, Virginia, and Duke. This was before we expanded to Florida State and then, of course, went to the divisional play in 2004. But and didn't have games on Thanksgiving weekend. But that was a tough row, and your season could really turn up or down depending on how you did against those 3 teams. And that's exactly what I thought of when I saw the schedule back in February. So a lot of opportunity for Carolina. Run the table here, go 10-2. Otherwise, it can be a long winter.
Brian, emotionally, how hard is this with these type of games? I mean, these are big rivalry games.
Yep. I mean, to be honest, as a player, this is what you want. You want it to be late in the season and have games that's going to get your juices flowing, that you get that, because ultimately as a player, you feel, and no disrespect to Campbell, but you feel better and you feel more juiced up walking in the locker room tonight than you did last week. And so you feel those are the type of games you want as a player. You want to go down to Death Valley and you want to walk into that sea of orange and have an opportunity to beat the Tigers, which you haven't done in a while. You want an opportunity to go to Raleigh and beat the Wolfpack, who has beaten you the last 2 years. And then obviously you know what Duke is. You come out there into this understanding that Duke don't beat us, right? You don't lose to Duke in football. So, those are the opportunities. These are the challenges you want as a football player. So I'm looking forward to see how Carolina responds to it, and hopefully they can get out to a fast start tonight.
Lee, let's take a look back at last week. Carolina comes to tonight after that lopsided win over Campbell. Tar Heels scored the final 52 points of the game. They played nearly 90 players and really cruised without incident or issue for the final 3 quarters. And certainly understanding that the level of competition changes here, but the Heels hope some of that positive play against the outmatched Camels carries over to this week.
Well, last week, Jones, was honestly more like a scrimmage. Mack Brown did say he would rather play that game than have an open week going into the home stretch. But that said, also, he is reorganizing Carolina's future schedules, and they're no longer going to have the non-league game late in the year like they have for so many years. Big thing for me last week, Jones, was seeing Tez Walker get out there and play, which looked to be a miracle after the quietness enveloped Grant Field there in Atlanta the week before that, after that hurt. So that was great. It was good to see a kid like Connor Harrell get out there at quarterback, show his arms, show his feet. A receiver like Chris Culliver make a nice touchdown pass. It was a good day to wash the bad taste out of your mouth of Virginia and Georgia Tech, but I don't think it did much to answer the 2 questions the Tar Heels have tonight. Can they protect Drake Maye, and can they stop the Duke running game?
Yeah, and Brian, that really leads to the next question, and I think most of the eyes in the stadium and watching this game tonight are going to be on the Tar Heel defense. Carolina has struggled against the last 2 FBS opponents it has faced, Virginia and Georgia Tech. They did feel like they made some progress last week against some things that have hurt them, but, of course, they're going to have much stiffer competition tonight.
They are, and we talked about the level of competition last week, but I'll say this. Sometimes, confidence comes in different ways, and when you make plays out on the field, sometimes the player doesn't really think about who he's doing it against. He just needs for it to happen, right? Yeah. Like if you're a basketball shooter and you're struggling to make shots and you play the worst team of the year and you start making shots, that carries over. You don't think about who it came against. You just need to see the ball go in the rim. And so for Carolina, I think they got some of those things accomplished last week. The thing about Duke, I think they have to Carolina will have to tackle well. Duke's a team that want to run the football, and they have some big backs. Not really elusive, change of pace guys, but they're going to be running downhill. And then from on the outside, I think Carolina don't have an issue with guys running past them as long as they're on their coverage and the communication's there from an athletic standpoint. So, I like Carolina's ability to get after Duke up front. I think they'll have an opportunity to touch the quarterback some tonight and then try to create turnovers on the back end. So let's see if we can tie those three things together.
And Brian, I think one thing the Camel game did do for Gene Chizik and the defense was it gave them the opportunity to address a couple problems from Georgia Tech, namely shrink the play sheet a little bit and get the calls in quicker. So I think they did do that. Hopefully that set a little bit of a mechanical edge going in tonight, because they're certainly going to need both those things.
Yeah, I think we talked about this in the pregame show last week, that Carolina did change some of just even the language that they use in making their calls to be able to do that faster, to just turn their calls into maybe one or two words instead of multiple words. And I know that sounds like, oh, what are you talking about? You're talking about seconds here. Yeah, but that's been mattering when Carolina's needed an extra maybe 2 or 3 seconds to get lined up properly. So that is a great point, Lee. That's something they did feel like they improved last week, and hopefully will carry over for them tonight. Lee, this is also, of course, Senior Day here in Chapel Hill. 30 different players are going to be honored, though only 8 of those 30 have actually fully exhausted their eligibility. And players like John Copenhaver and Des Evans and Kamen Rucker, they will be honored, but they could potentially return. They'll have to make that decision, of course, after the year. And, of course, one notable Tar Heel who won't be back next season is Drake Maye, but he is not going to go through the senior ceremony tonight.
Jones, I think this is a perfect illustration of Drake Maye's humility and his maturity. He said, hey, look, I've just been here 2.5 years. I do not deserve to walk out with guys who've been here for 4, 5, and 6 years. And I think that just really says something about what a humble and a quality young man he is. The bulk of this group, Jones, represents the 2020 class, which was Mack Brown's first full recruiting class when he came in. A lot of different guys here. One that really sticks out to me that we know that the most notable kid who we know will not be coming back is Cedric Gray, who is an outstanding linebacker from Charlotte. He was a under-recruited wide receiver, but Tommy Thigpen knew he could be a stud at linebacker, and so he has had a great career. One interesting sign of the times here, Jones, is 2 kids who are definitely playing their last game in Kenan Stadium and will not walk tonight. Ed Montelis and William Barnes, well, they've already done it.
Yeah.
They walked last year, assuming this was going to be their last year, or that was going to be their last year, but for various reasons, both came back. So it's really hard to kind of put a whole lot into this Senior Day festivities today, given how mobile and fluid this situation is.
Both going through some pregame warm-ups. The Tar Heels to our and your left, wearing the all-Carolina blue today. We'll have our Duncan uniform report later in the broadcast. Meanwhile, the visitors from Durham going with black helmets today with white jerseys and black pants for Duke this evening. Again, we'll have the full uniform report coming up in just a little bit, but let's take this opportunity to take a closer look at the opponent tonight. And Brian, Duke's season, it feels like it can be divided by that Notre Dame game where they lost in the final moments on September 30th. That's when their quarterback Riley Leonard was injured for the first time this season. They entered that game 4-0. Duke is 2-3 since. Leonard has since come back from that injury, played some more, got hurt again, and is out tonight. And all that uncertainty at the quarterback position has kept Duke off balance for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, we know how it can be when you lose your starting quarterback. That will put any offense, any team in a hole. But Duke, the formula is going to be the same. They want to run the football. Lee talked about how well they play defense, and they want to be solid on special teams. And on offense, not only do they want to run the football, but they're going to use the passing game to supplement that run game and get a lot of quick throws. They will go some short and mediate, but be really selective when they take shots in general. Now we'll see if they want to take a page out of Virginia, Georgia Tech, and try to go some up-tempo stuff, as they should. I would make Carolina see if they've solved that, against like opponents. And so I wouldn't put that out of the question. But I think overall Carolina matches up really good with this offense. I think Riley not being out, he is a more athletic guy, so he was able to move the chains with his legs, and we know how Carolina has struggled with that. But I like the way Carolina matches up against this Duke offense up front. I think we can win that battle. And then I think on the perimeter also, we have the athletes to match their receivers and not let them get behind us in the passing game.
Yeah, I mean, Leonard had 352 yards rushing, and keep in mind that accounts for sack yardage as well, and he was averaging 50 yards per game on the ground. Excellent runner and hard to tackle. And for Duke, their backup quarterback, Henry Beelan, also injured. He's out with an upper body injury. So it is true freshman Grayson Loftus expected to get his second career start. He started last week against Wake. He was 7 of 19, 86 yards. Did get better as that game went along and had a big touchdown pass in the fourth quarter that helped Duke win that game.
And let me say that will put more premium on stopping the run, because obviously they're going to want to lean on that. But if you're being frank, if you're Carolina and you're in this situation in your building, you can't let a true freshman walk in here and beat you. And that's just the fact. And they have to get after him. I expect Carolina to be really aggressive with their blitz game and try to make him uncomfortable as possible, and then make him turn the football over on the back end.
Brian, have we read this script before with a young quarterback, unknown quarterback coming into Kenan Stadium?
Yep.
Yeah, Carolina has struggled against some backup quarterbacks here in recent years. It's worth noting that Henry Beelan is dressed tonight. He has warmed up some. Again, we do expect it to be Grayson Loftus, but could be Beelan, I guess, if he's mysteriously a little bit better. Duke has been very coy with their injury report as they have moved through not just this week, but this year. I mean, they still have Riley Leonard listed as their starter on their published depth chart, so we'll have to wait and see. And lead to this point, and Brian touched on it a few times. I mean, regardless of which quarterback plays, Duke's preferred game plan is going to be exacerbated this evening. They want to run it. If they have to punt it, they have one of the best punt teams, if not the best punting unit in the ACC, and they have an excellent defense. They want that to be the formula tonight.
Well, you got to give a lot of credit to Mike Elko and the job he has done there in 2 years at Duke. He and Mac Brown just finished about a very jovial 5-minute conversation there on the 50-yard line. They hugged to start it and hugged to finish it, and both coaches now with their respective teams. But Duke is just so rock solid in so many areas. Number 37 in rushing offense in the country, 180 yards a game. Number 27 in total defense, yielding only 329, and number 7 in total defense, 15.7 points allowed. They're number 2 in net punting at 45 yards, so they're going to swing field position, and they're only getting flagged for 41 yards worth of penalties, so they're not going to make a lot of mistakes and hurt themselves. So field position is just going to be ultra important, and I still have shivers thinking about that Virginia game and how Carolina got decimated in a field position battle.
Yeah, Brian, that was going to be my last point, was that punting isn't always the most exciting thing to talk about, but Porter Wilson leads the ACC, that's Duke's punter, leads the ACC in yards per kick. Duke as a team is second in the nation in net punting, as Lee referenced, and we saw it firsthand in the game against Virginia that can play a massive role in a game.
Yeah, and if you have a really good punt team and you have good punt coverage and a good punter, that ties in hand-to-hand with good defense. You start pinning guys back. You limit the first downs. Now, guess what? The field just keeps getting shorter and shorter for your offense, and every yard matters no matter how you get it. And here's the thing, people get enamored with offense and defense with explosive plays, but generally on special teams, think about it. Every single play on special teams is an explosive play. So special teams really matter. How well you cover, how well you kick. Those things win football games.
Of course, Carolina has had some issues in the punt game, had 3 punts blocked this season. We'll see if Carolina is able to clean that up and have a solid effort in that aspect of the contest this evening. All right, we're going to take a break, come back. Dave Nathan will grab the reins of the Reed's Jewelers pregame show and drive us on to kickoff, and that'll continue with our conversation with Jeff Saturday coming up after this break. It's the battle for the victory bell. Carolina and Duke on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield. Getting close to the 110th meeting between Carolina and Duke and the 75th anniversary of the battle for the victory bell. Carolina's won the last 4, but 2 of them have come down to the final seconds, including last season's win. Let's talk about the upcoming matchup, and we're going to do so with our great friend Jeff Saturday, who's joining us via the telephone. And Jeff, man, there's some rivalry. Carolina's got plenty of rivals, and this is one of them with Carolina Duke. And I know maybe the feel of Carolina Duke was a little different when you were playing compared to now, but these are always fun games, aren't they?
Oh, man, there ain't nothing better. Listen, the guy that's your next-door neighbor, you want to make sure that he realizes you got the best yard, right? Like, that's the deal, man. Like, we want the best yard, baby. We're living side by side. They can have a beautiful yard. We ain't mad at them. It increases our neighborhood prices, but we want to make sure we got the best one. So, yeah, this is what it's all about, man. You play for this. You've gone to high school with these guys. You know, you've a lot of teammates in high school and in your younger years, peewee ball, all that kind of stuff, man. I can assure you the rivalry is real. Don't nobody in Carolina want to go talk about Duke beating them. So, and this is a challenge, man. It's a physical. Like you said, this ain't the Duke of old. This is a physical football team, man, that plays hard. And so, yeah, we got our work cut out for us. But this is a good prove-it game for our Tar Heels.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, there's no question. Carolina didn't close the season the way it wanted a year ago, and it has a really difficult close here with Duke and then Clemson and then NC State. All of those teams kind of fit the mold that you just talked about, physical, good defensive teams. What in your mind is important with 3 emotional games for Carolina and physical games? How can the Heels close this season in a better way than they did a year ago?
Yeah, well, the best part is you don't got to manufacture enthusiasm, right? I mean, there ain't gonna be any. You ain't gonna show up to the field not being fired up and ready to go. So there'll be no excuse as far as motivation. You don't need coaches to tell you. This will be all intrinsic, man. You'd be bringing this from the heart, so that's always a good thing. And the other thing you said is you got to define who Carolina is. Like it can't be a definition of we start fast and we can't finish. And we talk about it in the game of football. You earn your reputation. And if you keep doing the same thing over and over, people start to label you with that. This is an opportunity for these Tar Heels, man, to go show that we are physical, and we have been more physical this season. Offensively, we've been more physical. Defensively, at the beginning of the season, we're more physical. But we need to pressure the quarterback if they're going to throw it. And if they want to run it, we need to go hat on a hat, drive it, reestablishing the line of scrimmage and play physical football this weekend to set the standard of what it's going to look like for the rest of the season.
Jeff, to that point, and wanted to close with this question, it never in football boils down to one thing, of course, but it feels like for Carolina this week and the next 2 weeks that stopping the run has to be priority number one, and everything else is going to come after if Carolina can stop the run. What are just a handful of keys in your mind for the Tar Heels to be able to do that? And I think they were doing it early in the year. Feel like they've gotten away from it a little bit here recently. How can they get back to that in this final couple games?
Yeah, I would say 2 things are critical for run game, right? It's reestablishing the line of scrimmage. That means the defensive line can't be, getting knocked back into the linebackers, right? Like you have to allow linebackers, safeties to fit, and they have to be able to see it. You can't be on your heels getting pushed back. And the other part is gap control. Whatever defensive football is based on gaps and where you have to be. And when the play starts, when the play finishes, it all has to look the same. Everybody has to know who's responsible for what. And so I think accountability on that side of the ball is, look, if you're fit as that front side, you can't get moved out of it. That's got to be your spot to stop. And like you said, we were doing it in the beginning of the season, and we need to get back to it. The good thing, in my opinion, of all 3 of these games, if you shut the run game down and you make them one-dimensional, we should have a significant advantage. So if you're going into this, make no mistake about who you are. You shut this run game down, it's going to be tough sledding for these guys. So let's go do that, make that our priority.
First of these final 3 games coming up in just a little bit here in Kenan against Duke. Jeff, as always, man, appreciate the time and look forward to talking with you next week.
Carolina football is brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Our game tonight presented by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Dave Nathan back here inside Kenan Stadium as we get ready for the Tar Heels and Blue Devils. Well, Carl Torbush, former Carolina defensive coordinator and head coach, passed away earlier this week. Carolina's defense through the 1990s was the foundation of one of the best programs in America. And according to Rick Steinbacher, Torbush was the driving force behind the Heels' success.
The year I redshirted was the second 1-10 year. And then the year I graduated, we went 10-2. And I've told people I would not trade that experience for winning multiple national championships. To go from, one of the absolute worst programs in college football to being a top 10 team, and just seeing the process that we went through to do that was just absolutely awesome. I learned so much about college football, about sports, about life from watching Coach Brown and that great staff that he had, which included Coach Torbush, take us through that process. It was just an amazing journey.
What would you say Coach Torbush's biggest gift was in terms of bringing people together in order to attain a common goal?
He's such a solid human being, so well-grounded. You just see the way he interacted with his wife. He had his son, Trey, when I was here playing. Just seeing what a great person he was, what a great human being he was, how kind and caring he was off the field. I think he immediately earned your respect, and that allowed him to be able to push you like crazy on the field. I'll never forget, I grew up in a football family. I was a younger brother. I thought I was tough. That first day of practice, man, he almost had me in tears because his standard was just so high. Every single step that you took was going to be perfect. Your stance was going to be perfect. You were never going to go the wrong way. He was able to push you so hard on the field because he had so much of your respect and admiration off it and just trusting him as a human being.
You said earlier that your relationship with Coach evolved past just player coach as life went on. As he went his separate way and delved into other things and other places, how often did you stay in touch and what kinds of things would you talk about?
Well, obviously he recruited me and he was my coach. So we had that really unique, wonderful player-coach relationship. In college football, yes, you have a great relationship with the head coach, but your position coach now, that's your guy. So obviously I had that unique relationship with him. And really, as I was a junior and senior, getting ready to get married, starting to think about a career, I went to him, all the time. I'd just go in his office and say, Coach, here's what I'm thinking. What do you think? And I could always count on him to tell me exactly what he thought and exactly what he thought I needed to hear. And I really, really cherished that.
Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner alongside the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown, and it is homecoming in Chapel Hill, Carolina hosting Duke. Coach, want to get to the game itself in a moment, but it is senior day in Chapel Hill, and some players who have made a big impact in your program will be honored for their final game in Kenan Stadium. What is this day like for you?
Well, Jones, it's very emotional because you signed these guys and you bring them in here and you promise their parents you're going to do everything you can do to help them grow and be a better person. And then as they walk out on the field tonight and I see them, I hug their neck. Just so many memories. And some guys still got some work to do to get where they want to go. And some have accomplished so much, but you love them all like you love your family. And it's very, very emotional. And for an important game like this, to have senior night like we always used to the last game of the year with Duke, they got to get through this, got to get their emotions settled, and then go play because you don't want to be standing around. I told them, make sure if you're crying, it's after the game because you won, not because the game before the game because you're emotional.
To that point, how do you try and manage emotions from that aspect and also the rivalry aspect of this game? What message have you passed along to your guys about trying to manage that this week?
This is fun. This is why you came to Carolina. The Carolina-Duke game's been around forever. There's a reason you play for something. That victory bell is very important to both sides and both teams. It's a game that you'll be talking about when you're 50. And people are going to say, how many times did you beat Duke? I mean, that's just it. So enjoy this. A lot of people don't have a rivalry game like this they can enjoy. And our players have a number of rival games, but this one is special.
You've been pretty adamant about the importance of your team stopping the run this game and the rest of the season to as one of the major determining factors on whether or not you close the way you want to or not. How can the Tar Heels most effectively stop a really good Duke rushing attack tonight?
Jones, I've been adamant about that for 35 years as a head coach. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. We did it great for 6 weeks, and then we didn't do it well at sometimes at Virginia. We didn't do it for 2 quarters and an awful fourth quarter at Georgia Tech. Then we got back to some basic fundamental football against Campbell last week and played a good 3 quarters on defense. But Duke's going to try to line up and run the football with gap schemes tonight and be very physical, and this will be a great test for us. We're playing 3 great defensive teams the last 3 games of the season, so our offense will be tested. And they've really stepped up and done a great job this year, but they're going to be tested tonight and the next 2 defensively. And until we start stopping the run, well, we're not going to have a chance to win. So that's something we've really, really emphasized every day this spring and this fall, and hopefully we'll get back to doing a better job of that tonight.
What does this rivalry mean to you? What do these games mean to you?
It's very important that there's history. This university is very important to me, and for our experienced boosters, let's say, that have been around for a while, this game's always been one of the most important things in sports that happens at this school. So therefore, it's very important to me, and not many people get to have a rival game like this once, and I've been able to do it 15. So that makes it special to me.
Coach, there's been some uncertainty at the quarterback position for Duke due to injury. Has that been relevant at all this week as you've prepared for this game?
No, what you do is we've played all of them or seen all 3 of them play, so you plan on all 3 of them playing, and then you go through pregame warm-up, and you look at it and say, okay, that one's out, this one's going to play, that one's backing up, but you've got some tweaks in your plan regardless of which one plays, but you've got to be ready for all 3.
Duke has one of the better units in the ACC defensively, at least statistically. What have you seen that makes them effective on that side of the ball?
Well, they're confident. They're well coached. They play hard. They're really good in their front 4. And we had trouble. We beat them pretty badly there 2 years in a row and still didn't block them very well. We made some big plays. So you got to give them credit. It's going to be a real battle in the trenches tonight, and our offensive line's got their hands full.
It's homecoming. It's senior day. It's Carolina Duke. There's a lot going into this one tonight in Kenan Stadium. Coach, as always, thank you for your time and best of luck.
Thank you, Jones.
Take your Tar Heels tailgate to the next level with a new Honda. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. All right, Jones, my key for this one, in a game that says at least there shouldn't be a lot of offense, who can get the most hidden yardage in special teams or on defense?
Got to stop the run. Period, Brian. Duke's going to try and run it. Can Carolina stop it? To me, that's the big question.
Absolutely, and for me, it's about that Carolina offense putting up points. Duke has only scored 30 points against one FBS opponent, and that was Northwestern. I think 30 points will close the show for Carolina tonight.
Lee, the light show's going on. The volume's cranked up. What's your key down on the field?
Still haunted by that Virginia game and all the field possession issues, Jones. Carolina's got to protect the punter. They had 3 punts blocked. They've got to kick the ball well, cover well, and not have penalties in the kicking game.
Those are our keys to the game as the boos rain down on the Blue Devils coming out of their tunnel. Those boos are getting ready to turn into cheers as the Tar Heels get ready, Jones, to explode out of the west end zone.
Yeah, it's an electric atmosphere here in Kenan Stadium tonight. It's a great night for football. Cloudy, but not a big chance for rain. Only maybe 10 or 15% tonight. Not expecting any precipitation. It's in the low 50s. Supposed to get to the upper 40s by the time this game is over. There come the Tar Heels, as you hear, out of the west end zone to the fireworks and the smoke and this sold-out crowd in Kenan Stadium excited to go and ready to see their Heels and the Blue Devils. The Duncan Uniform Report brought to you by Duncan. It's always game on with Duncan, which is why grabbing a coffee is the most important game day ritual, because the best call for football is Duncan. America runs on Duncan. Tar Heels going all blue tonight. That's Carolina blue helmets, jerseys, and breeches. The white NC on the side of the helmets. The Argyle down the center of that helmet as well. The numbers and letters on the tops are white, and there's white Argyle down the side of the trousers. For Duke, meanwhile, Blue Devils going with a little bit of an alternative look tonight. They have the black helmets with the Blue Devil face on the side, shiny blue stripe down the center of that helmet, white jerseys and black pants for Duke tonight. The numbers and letters on the jerseys are in royal blue. The stripes down the side of the pants are white and royal blue as well. Captains going to the middle of the field, and that includes our kid captain, Noelle Hemsworth, just shy of her 3rd birthday. Loves playing with friends, enjoys being outside, and we're really excited that she's here with us tonight. That's brought to you by UNC Health. Team up for life well played. Learn more at unchealth.org/sports. Let's listen in to Jeff Flanagan as he administers the coin toss.
What are you calling?
The call is tails.
Call is tails. Helmet is heads. That's tails. You call tails.
Yes,
We'll let it hit the ground. It's tails.
You like defer to the second half.
Duke's won the toss.
So Duke wins the toss, elects to defer. So that means the Tar Heels are going to have the football first. And let's get to the starting lineups presented by Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2023 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly. That means really the strengths of these two teams will be on the field first. That's Carolina's offense led by Drake Maye. Likely his final home game. Drake going to probably be, 1, 2, 3 at most. That number 1 pick for somebody in the NFL draft. They're going to get a good one. The redshirt sophomore out of Huntersville, North Carolina, has 20 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. His last 6 games, 16 touchdowns passing, 5 rushing touchdowns, just 1 interception. Omarion Hampton, over 1,000 yards on the season. He's already 19th all-time in the single season at Carolina and averaging 118, almost 119 yards per game. That's best in the ACC, 4th in the country. J.J. Jones, Tez Walker on the outside at receiver. We expect to see Nate McCollum back today at the slot spot for the Heels. Morales, Nesbitt, Copenhaver, all expected to play at tight end. Left to right on the O-line, Diego Pounds getting the start at left tackle. Ed Montelis, Corey Gaynor at center. Willie Lampkin, right guard. Right tackle is Spencer Rollin. We'll give you the Duke defense in a second, but Charlie Ham about ready to kick it off. Just 41% of his kickoffs this year have been touchbacks, so a potential return here from left to right for Carolina. The 110th meeting between Carolina and Duke is underway, and this will indeed be a touchback as it bounces halfway through the end zone. The Duke defense up front, the listed starters, and they're good. R.J. Oben, redshirt senior. Dwayne Carter, a 5th-year senior. Jamion Franklin, a 5th-year senior. Graduate student Anthony Nelson. The linebackers, Trey Freeman and Dorian Mausi. Brandon Johnson is the nickelback. Al Blades Jr., Chandler Rivers, the listed starters at corner. Jeremiah Lewis and Jalen Stinson. He's a good one. Stinson in particular at that safety spot. So Carolina's going to go left to right and start on its own 25-yard line. Ball on the far hash as we get things started. Maye's in the shotgun. British Brooks going to be standing next to him. He fakes the handoff to him, swings it out to Hampton. Hampton beats a tackler, Stinson, at the 25 and is able to get close to the 30. Nick Morris Jr., listed as a backup, getting the start for Duke, makes the tackle from his linebacker spot. Hampton does a nice job to fight his way for 4 yards, and it's 2nd and 6.
Yeah, good job by Carolina getting the ball into their playmaker's hand early on in space, allowing Hampton to have an opportunity to look at the defense and try to make something positive.
2 receivers to either side, Jones and Nesbitt to the left, Walker and Copenhaver to the right. Now Copenhaver sets up as a wing on the right side of the line. Maye, all day to throw, swings it out behind the line of scrimmage to Hampton, and it's all Hampton can do to fight his way back. Well, now everybody's piled up and pushing and shoving, and Hampton's going to get a couple yards out of it. When it's all said and done, he's going to gain about 2. R.J. Oben, the first of several Duke players that finished the tackle. It will be 3rd down for Carolina. The Tar Heels have already snapped it, but the officials blow the whistles after Maye got the snap. And Duke took a timeout just 1 minute into the game. Carolina was going at lightning pace there offensively. It'll be 3rd and about 4 for the Tar Heels. And Brian, Duke has to burn an early timeout.
Yeah, and that was good by Maye, understanding he had Duke with an opportunity to get too many men on the field, and he went to the quick snap, and Duke had to call the timeout in order to save themselves from getting a penalty.
So this Duke defense is very, very good. They are top 30 in the nation in total defense, passing defense, scoring defense, and that scoring defense number particularly impressive. They're giving up just 15.5 points per game. That's top in the ACC, tied for 7th in the nation. They've been particularly good in the red zone, where they lead the league and 2nd in the country. Teams have been in the red zone just 26 times against Duke and only scored 17 times of those 26 possessions. Carolina not close to the red zone yet. They have a 3rd and 4, moving from left to right off the near hash, off their own 31-yard line. Carolina converting 50% on 3rd down this year. Made a throw, pressure coming. He steps up, throws it over the middle, caught, first down. That's Nesbitt. Great job by Maye with pressure coming to get it out of his hands and move the chains.
Yeah, that's why it's so tough to pressure Maye, because he will stand there in the face of pressure, and he has the mobility to move in the pocket.
Gain of 6. Tar Heels have already snapped it. They're running physically up the middle. That leads me to believe that it was Omarion Hampton with the ball in his hands. Nick Morris with the tackle. It was actually British Brooks. He's pretty physical too, huh? And he gains 4 on the run to the 41-yard line. So that was a gain of 6 on the 3rd and 4. And then Carolina gets 4 more. So they're at the 41-yard line. This will be 2nd and 6. First possession of the ball game. Not even 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter. Made a throw quickly out of his hands near side. Tez Walker catches. He's immediately hit. Ooh, and then Rivers slings him down after the two were fighting for field position. No flag comes in as it's a gain of 4, and we'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Yeah, good job by Maye, understanding, seeing pressure coming, getting the ball out quickly to Tez Walker.
Tar Heels again moving very quickly. They're going to run it with Hampton on 3rd and 2, and I think he has enough for the first down. He got right to the sticks. Nick Morris, who's been involved a bunch here, the redshirt sophomore out of Fairfield, Connecticut, went to high school in Texas, has made a couple tackles, but that one was just a little too late as Hampton gets 2 yards, which is what he needed to move the chains.
Yeah, Carolina offensively, this is what you have to do. Just be patient, understand that picking up 4 and 5 yards is a good play, whether it's in the short passing game or the run game, and then you'll have an opportunity to take your shots once the safety starts getting nosy in the run game.
Tar Heels have Copenhaver and Morales on the right side of the line. J.J. Jones and Tez Walker stacked on top of each other out wide left. Hampton standing to Maye's right. It's going to be a handoff to Hampton, trying to get to the edge right side, and he's undercut and flipped up by Al Blades Jr. for a gain of just 1 at the most. It'll bring up 2nd down. Hampton does get a yard on the play. So Carolina on their own 48. Going from left to right, ball on the near hash. First drive of the ball game. Carolina and Duke scoreless so far. Blue Devils had a chance to sub late, and they are taking their sweet time getting off the field. That's Anthony Nelson jogging his way to the Duke sideline as Carolina snaps it on 2nd and long. Looking for a deep ball. Walker has a step, elevates, and brings it in on the near sideline. Pushed out of bounds by Blades Jr. at the 9. What a grab by Walker as he went up the staircase to bring it down.
Yeah, good recognition by Drake Maye, understanding single safety high. You have an opportunity to go to Tez Walker on the sideline. He's going to do that every single time.
Quick hitter to the far side is juggled, and fighting through some tackles is Nesbitt. He gets his way to the 1-yard line. Nesbitt gains 8. Terry Moore eventually able to tackle him. Carolina moving quickly. Nesbitt was hit behind the line of scrimmage but recovered. Heel, 2nd and goal from the 1. Maye pulls it away from Hampton. He'll walk in the front left corner for 6. The Tar Heels stride down the field for the early touchdown.
Yeah, and that's just the read option by Drake Maye, reading the defensive end, leading them unblocked. If he crashes down on the handoff, Drake Maye pulls it and walks in the end zone for the touchdown.
The 43-yard pass from Maye to Walker, the explosive play that set up the Tar Heels in the red zone. 10 plays, 75 yards, 4:16 off the clock for Carolina on its opening possession. Burnett, who went through the senior day activities, sends the extra point through the pipes, and the Tar Heels are up early. So Drake Maye, it is his 7th rushing touchdown of the season, 14th of his career. He has Carolina up 7-0. 10:44 to go. First quarter in Chapel Hill from Learfield. At the linebacker spots, Elijah Huzzy, the star, Armani Chapman and Marcus Allen, the corners, and Don Chapman and Gio Biggers are the safety. So it's 2nd and 6 for Duke after the 4-yard run on first down. Duke huddled and is now taking the play clock down to 8 before Loftus will throw. Comes to the near sideline and incomplete. Armani Chapman there to defend against the former quarterback Jordan Moore. Poked it free, and it brings up a quick third down.
Yeah, in Carolina, usually you get to 3rd and long, you got to bring pressure. And see, Duke is going really fast.
Yeah, this time Duke goes really fast. Loftus lobs one up in the air, and it is well wide right as he tried to throw it down the far sideline to Samir Hagans. But that one took a right turn out of bounds. And so, interesting there, Brian, between 1st and 2nd down, Duke took a long time.
Yep.
They huddled, they milked the clock, and then as Carolina tried to bring on a sub package for 3rd down, they went really fast.
Yeah, and that's what they did. I think they went really fast to keep Carolina from being able to communicate any blitz packages. But the problem with that, sometimes you try to go so fast, you go fast enough where you can't even operate, and that seems like there was a miscommunication between the quarterback and his wide receiver.
So the top punter in the ACC is Porter Wilson, averages almost 48 yards per punt, and the kick booms off his right foot. Fair catch made by Huzzy at the 26, maybe the 27-yard line, and that's where the Tar Heels will get their next possession. 45-yard punt by Wilson. Carolina will start on its own 27 after this break. So the Tar Heels score a touchdown on their first drive and then force a 3-and-out on Duke's first offensive effort. 9:48 to play. First quarter in Chapel Hill. It's 7-0 Tar Heels from Learfield.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
Carolina 7, Duke nothing. 9:48 to play first quarter. Heels about to get the football. The Good Feet Store, proud sponsor of the Tar Heels. If you have foot, knee, hip, or back pain, Good Feet Arch Supports are engineered to support all 4 arches to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Try them for yourself. Book your free fitting today at goodfeet.com. You know, we always do during a timeout, Kenan legend during every home game. Brian was honored earlier this season, and how cool was it during that last break? If you were here in the stadium, you got to see one of the all-time greats, famous Amos Lawrence, the terrific running back from the late 70s, early 1980s for the Tar Heels. He was honored, as well as 4 members of the 1958 Carolina team that are back this weekend for homecoming. So a cool moment there during the break in stadium here in Kenan. Heels up 7-0, and they'll be snapping off their own 27, going from left to right. Maye, pump fake, dumps it off underneath. Caught there by McCollum, and McCollum weaving his way through traffic, gets close to the 40. Albeit Jr. made the hit. Good to see McCollum back and healthy and gains 13 yards. Boy, Lee talked about it. The Heels on the sideline saying they want to play with pace, and they are. Hand off to Hampton. Hampton running over a tackler, gets close to midfield. Hampton gains 8. Jeremiah Lewis went for a ride on the last couple. Actually, it's a gain of 9 out to the Tar Heel 49-yard line. They'll hand it to Hampton again. Hampton bounces off some tackles. Coming right side. Cuts back. He's into Duke territory. Slung down over the 40 by Jalen Stinson. Jeremiah Lewis, the first man to whiff on the play as Hampton powers his way to the Duke 38.
And, Jones, I'm going to tell you, tonight's like tonight are made for Hampton because you get a little cold, your fingertips get a little hard, and defenders don't want to wrap up, and that's just not a good recipe for trying to tackle Hampton.
Hand it off to him again, Brian. He angles off the left side of the line, then cuts back up and gets to the 32-yard line for a gain of 6. So Carolina with the 7-0 lead, and they've moved into Duke territory here with 8:32 and counting in the first quarter in Chapel Hill. It'll be 2nd and 4 on the Duke 32. The ball in between the hash marks as Carolina about to shotgun snap it to Drake Maye. Maye's going to throw this time. Has time to do so, but the ball is knocked down as he throws it. I believe it was Nick Morris Jr. who came in and knocked down the pass, the linebacker for Duke, who has been very active here early, and that will bring up a quick 3rd down for the Heels. 3rd and 4. Tar Heels converted 2 third downs on their initial drive, in which they scored a 1-yard Drake Maye touchdown run. Maye claps his hands. Duke flinches. No flag comes in as Maye eases up to look to the sideline.
And I think this will be 4-down territory for Carolina, so look for them to try to be a little conservative on this one.
Two receivers to either side. Maye throws to the left, and it's caught by Copenhaver at the numbers, and he falls forward for the first down. So they don't need 4 downs. They get it on 3rd down, gaining 9 to the 23.
Yeah, and I love the patience right now that this Carolina offense is playing with. They're just picking and choosing what they want.
Tar Heels run it again, squirting through the middle. Hampton at the 10. Hampton chopped down at the 5. Jeremiah Lewis saves the touchdown. Gain of 18 on the play. Maye is 8 of 9 for 90 yards, and Hampton has 48 yards on the ground. 1st and goal from the 5. Maye, handoff to Hampton. Hampton stuffed at the 1, but he's right at the lip of the cup. Jeremiah Lewis did a nice job keeping Hampton out on the 1st down run. So 2nd and goal from the 1. Carolina already up over the football. Maye has gone under center. He gets the snap. He's trying to sneak his way in. And let's see here. Don't think he made it. He's going to be less than a yard away. Dwayne Carter and several other Duke players in the middle of the pile. It'll be 3rd and goal from inside the 1-yard line. Tar Heels, I'm not even sure it's a full football length away from the goal line. Both teams doing some heavy substituting. Carolina has Copenhaver and Morales back out there, as well as Nesbitt. So all 3 tight ends. Heels up 7-0. Boy, everybody around Maye. He's going to snap it. Tar Heels trying to push him in, and he did not get it. It will be 4th and goal from inside the 1. This will be the 11th play of the drive, and Carolina's going to go for it. That's the first 3rd down. They failed to convert.
Yeah, and if I'm Hampton, I'm saying that was all cute the last 2 plays. Now give me that thing.
Yeah. We'll see how Carolina handles it. Tar Heels have multiple offensive linemen on the left side of the line. Maye fakes the handoff to Hampton, dumps it off right side to Nesbitt, but multiple flags come in.
Yeah.
Maye may have been roughed on the play.
Nah, it was illegal substitution. Yeah. And he was running towards the line of scrimmage.
So we'll see.
Illegal substitution on the offense, number 18. It's a 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
And so due to the penalty, Carolina is going to bring the field goal unit on. And they'll have to attempt the field goal. So Maye had faked the handoff to Hampton and found Nesbitt, but Nesbitt late coming on the field. This will be a 23-yard attempt by Burnett. In between the hash marks, but shading towards the left. Snap back, spot down. Kick is up, and it is good. So Burnett does make the drive pay off, but the Tar Heels, due to the penalty, get fewer points than they wanted. And boy, penalties have been an issue. Last 4 games, Tar Heels averaging 9.5 flags for 92 yards over the last 4 games. That one cost them a touchdown. They have to settle for a field goal. 10-0 Tar Heels, 5:53 to go first quarter. All coming your way from Learfield. Carolina leads at 10-0, 5:53 to go in the first quarter. Our broadcast presented in part by Allen Tate Realtors. Whether you're buying, selling, relocating, or seeking financing or insurance, Allen Tate can help. Allen Tate Realtors, the #1 realtor in the Carolinas with more than 70 local offices and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. So that drive finished up for the Tar Heels at 11 plays, 67 yards, 3:51 off the clock. They do have to settle for the field goal, taking the touchdown off the board due to the penalty on the 4th down touchdown. But still 10-0. Carolina on top. Couple of Lenovo stats presented by Lenovo. Smarter technology for all. Carolina 147 yards on 20 plays. Duke's run just 3 plays and has 4 yards so far. Also, Amari Hampton already at 52 yards. He is now at 1,119 on the season. He's passed Amos Lawrence, who we just talked about, being honored tonight as the Kenan legend. He's moved into 14th place, on the all-time list at Carolina as far as single season. Coming up in 13th place is Javonte Williams, as that kickoff will be a touchback. Coming up in 13th place is Javonte Williams, who had 1,140 yards in the 2020 campaign. Brian, look, it's easy to second-guess things from up here. Tar Heels had a 2nd and goal from the 1, and Hampton didn't touch it again on that drive. They end up getting points, but do have to settle for the field goal.
Yeah, and you compound that with the penalty, with the substitution. But, yeah, for my money, I'm going to give the ball to Hampton on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down. And if I decided to go for it on 4th, he's going to touch it then, too. If May is touching it, he's throwing the football.
Loftus in the shotgun. Now he takes a step up to say something to the offensive line. First play of the second possession for Duke comes with 7 seconds on the play clock. It will be a run. Cedric Gray swooping into the backfield to make the stop. Miles Murphy helped finish it off as well. It'll be a gain of 2 by Jordan Waters. And it's 2nd down.
Yeah, we talked about how well Duke stops the run and how they want to run the football, but right now that script has been flipped. And if that continues, I think it's going to be a long night for the Blue Devils.
Tar Heels have 57 yards rushing on 11 carries. Duke has rushed it twice for 6 yards so far. Again, the Blue Devils huddle. Waters is the running back, standing to the left of Loftus. Loftus claps a couple times, now looks to his sideline. Play clock down to 5. Now Loftus gets up. He's going to have to hurry. Say something to the O-line. 1 second on the play clock. He didn't get it off.
No, he didn't get it off.
Flags come in. And Duke's going to go back 5 yards as Loftus tried to make a late adjustment at the line of scrimmage. And due to that, just ran out of time.
Yeah, and I think what the issue is, on the sideline, they're trying to get the picture for the young quarterback, so it's taking a little longer because they're trying to get the right call against what they see. And sometimes that communication takes longer. You get a little greedy trying to get all the information instead of just making a play call and going with it.
2nd and 13 now after the 5-yard penalty for the delay of game. Play clock again under 10. Loftus will eventually get the shotgun snap. Handoff. Waters does a nice job fighting. Boy, he's still pushing the pile. And Waters moves the pile for a 1st down. Gio Biggers, the first Tar Heel there. Waters was hit after a gain of about 4. But he pushed the pile all the way for a gain of 14 yards and a 1st down.
Yeah, he's a big back, 6 foot, 220 pounds, so he runs with power. He has good strength in his lower body and able to put his pads down and get his pads over his toes on contact.
So Duke has moved it to their own 36, moving from right to left. Carolina up 10-0. Tar Heels have had the ball twice, a touchdown and a field goal. And Duke has had to punt on its only drive thus far. 2nd opportunity for the Duke offense. Loftus on the 3rd clap gets the shotgun snap. Pump fake, throws over the middle and incomplete. I believe the intended receiver was his tight end, Jeremiah Halsey, angling at about the 45-yard line from left to right across the field, but incomplete. That field goal that Carolina made, by the way, brought to you by Allstate. It's an Allstate Good Hands field goal. Allstate will contribute to the Tar Heel General Scholarship Fund. Thank you, Allstate. 2nd and 10. Clock stops on the incompletion with 3:53 to go in the 1st quarter. Tar Heels 10, Duke nothing. Blue Devils snapping it off their own 36-yard line. Loftus, the freshman from Gaffney, South Carolina, making his 2nd consecutive start. Still awaiting the snap. Gets it with 3 on the play clock. Handoff to Moore. Jaquez Moore spins through the first contact and then is slung down by Rucker. But he does gain 5 to make it 3rd and 5. Jaquez Moore, a compact little back, 5'10", 201-pound junior from Live Oak, Florida. He and Waters, the 1-2 punch in that backfield for Duke. 3rd and 5, 2nd, 3rd down Duke has seen this evening. They failed to get it on their initial drive. Loftus with Moore to his left, 4 receivers in the formation, will throw. Pressure comes, Loftus throw, caught. It'll be a first down. Brought in right about the 50-yard line between the numbers in the far sideline by Jalen Calhoun. And that'll move the sticks. Good throw by the young quarterback for Duke.
Yeah, they had Calhoun maxed up on Powell Echols, so they liked that opportunity, took advantage of it to pick up the first down for the Blue Devils.
Gain of 10 to the 49 of the Tar Heels. So the first time that Duke has been in Carolina territory. Blue Devils very content to take time. They're huddling almost every opportunity between plays. 10-0 Carolina, 2:38 and counting in the first quarter. Loftus going to hand off on first down, stretching to the near side and getting chopped down for no gain is Waters. Cedric Gray, Stick Lane, the 2 Tar Heels that knocked him down for no gain. Brian, talking about Duke taking all this time and trying to shorten the game, I mean, that's where if Carolina can get a couple stops, get up by a couple scores, all of a sudden that strategy gets a little harder to stay true to.
Yeah, and I mean, they can do it, but even more on a micro level, Carolina winning this second down and getting Duke in the third and longs. You can tell Duke don't want to put too much on this quarterback plate, so Carolina, it's imperative to get Duke in third and longs.
It's going to be a handoff to Jalen Coleman, third running back for Duke. He gets 2 yards over the right side before Gio Biggers makes the hit. Now, this is interesting. Here goes Duke going quickly on third down. So they've taken a ton of time between first and second and then rush up to the line for third down. But now Loftus will slow down and take a look to the sideline.
Yeah, so what they do is they come out with their formation, then they want to see how Carolina gets lined up to it, and then they get a play call.
3rd and 8 with 5 wide. Loftus, pressure coming, able to dance out of the pocket, but eventually he's taken down from behind by Rucker. It will be a scramble gain of a yard for Loftus, and it will force the punting team to come on for the Blue Devils. Loftus had just a second or two before the feet got happy and some Tar Heels started getting his face.
Yeah, Jones, here's what Duke is doing. They're going empty, and then you notice they bring the back in the backfield. So what they're trying to do is see how Carolina matches up. Are they matching up personnel? That lets them know whether it's man or zone coverage, and then they call a play from there.
Tar Heels, no pressure on Will. Boy, that is a boomer of a punt.
Too much.
Yeah, that's going to easily go into the end zone for a touchback. Wilson right off the foot. You could tell that one had some juice behind it. And so that's just the 4th touchback of the year for Wilson. The 46-yarder will net just 26, and the Heels will have the football on their own 20 with a 10-0 lead. Let's check in with Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
Well, Amos Lawrence is lingering here on the sideline a little bit. Boy, what a big play he made in 1978. 45 years ago, Jones, an 11-yard sprint draw with 16 seconds to go. Duke was looking for the pass. Dick Crum called a lot of running plays, and Carolina rallied from a 15-3 deficit.
Famous Amos is taking it home, right, Lee, as Carolina going to hand off on first down. Nice job. As coming in was Terry Moore, coming in from the secondary, was able to trip up Hampton from behind. I'm going to tell you, if he didn't, Hampton had a hole left side of the line. He ends up gaining 2. And Moore was the key reason why that Duke didn't give up an explosive play there. It appears, in fact, it will be the final play of the first quarter as the Tar Heels are not getting in position to snap it again. So, through one quarter here in Chapel Hill, dominated statistically by Carolina, 149 yards for the Heels, 38 for Duke. And on the scoreboard, Carolina has the advantage as well. That North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads Tar Heels 10, Blue Devils 0, heading to the second quarter in Chapel Hill. It's Tar Heel football from Learfield. Going to the second quarter in Chapel Hill. Cloudy, but not a threatening night in Chapel Hill. Cool temperatures, feels like football, and shoot, it should. It's November 11th, and happy Veterans Day, by the way, to all the veterans out there. Of course, this state, the military, is such a big part of what happens in the state of North Carolina. So many important areas, particularly down east, where the military is so involved, so many families involved. So thank you guys. Thank you to all the veterans who have served and helped keep us safe in this country and allow us to do fun things like watch Carolina and Duke play football. And Tar Heels lead it 10-0 through one quarter. The Lenovo stats through that quarter: 149 yards for Carolina, 38 for Duke. Heels have 90 yards passing, 59 rushing, 3 for 4 on third down. Duke has 10 yards passing, 28 rushing, 1 for 3 on third down. Heels had the ball 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Duke had it 6 minutes and 20 seconds. First play of the second quarter will be a 2nd and 8 snap for the Tar Heels, now going right to left, and they will keep it on the ground with Hampton trying to go to the right side. Is stopped on the edge, but cuts back up the field and gets a couple yards there. Albeit Jr. closed the door as Hampton was trying to stretch it to the far side. Aaron Hall in the mix, too. It'll be a gain of 2 to the 24-yard line. And so this is a 3rd and 6 now for the Tar Heels. 3rd and 6. They need the 30 off the far hash as they go from right to left. May's going to throw. Duke rushes just 3. May steps up. Long throw to the near sideline. Nesbitt was unguarded, and due to all that space, once he brought it in, he was able to just stride down the near sideline over the 35 for the first down.
Yeah, that was almost like that play was by design, just to kind of hide Nesbitt out there as the drop-off, kind of the dump-off of receiver, and Drake Maye with his patience found him and picked up the first down.
Carolina going to run it on first down with Hampton. Hampton churning those legs, so powerful, and carries the Duke defender, Nick Morris, to the 42-yard line and a gain of 7. It's 2nd and 3 as Hampton continues to be effective here early. Gets it again and is able to fight his way back to the line of scrimmage. Busting through was Aeneas Peoples, a senior from Raleigh, that kept Hampton from really getting going. Hampton did a great job just to get back to the original line of scrimmage to make it 3rd and 2. Make it 3rd and 3. Heels need the 45. May claps his hands, but then eases everybody up. 10-0 Tar Heels. They're going right to left. Ball on the near hash. It is 3rd and 3. Now May gets the snap. He is going to run it with Hampton. Has the first down left side. Hampton over the 50. Dragging Duke defenders over the Blue Devil 45 to the 44. Trey Freeman went for the ride. First down, Carolina. Heels are 5 of 6 on third down. Duke trying to sub. Carolina snaps it with about 15 Blue Devils on the field, so it's a free play. May going to throw it down the near sideline and caught. J.J. Jones elevates and brings it home.
Yeah, and I didn't see Carolina sub anybody, but if they didn't, I don't know what Duke is thinking about trying to sub, especially with Carolina moving with pace.
Mike Elko furious out on the field.
Substitution, defense, penalty didn't climb.
Brian, there had to be 3 or 4 too many.
There was 14 people on the field.
So it's a 31-yard pass. Carolina will have it at the 13-yard line of Duke. And looking for more. Up 10-0. Ball on the near hash. May in the shotgun with Hampton to his right. May claps his hands. He'll hand it to Hampton. Hampton side shuffles to the left. Now goes north and south and gets about a yard on the play. Jalen Stinson with the stop. Carolina can get a first down without scoring at the 3-yard line. It's the 9th play of the drive coming up for Carolina. Snapping it off the Duke 12-yard line. Heels have had the ball 3 times now, a touchdown, a field goal, and another trip to the red zone. Leading 10-0, 12:03 and counting second quarter. Hampton still in there. 3 receivers bunched to the right. J.J. Jones, the lone receiver, to the left, and May is going to throw. Pressure comes. May tripped up and just slings it underhanded down the field. Duke picked up the loose ball, but it was a throw from May. Aaron
rolling
Hall.
on the field. There's a forward pass. Incomplete. Number 18 was in the area. Incomplete pass.
So you heard the explanation there from Jeff Flanagan. Aaron Hall was the man pressuring May. So due to the fact that May got the ball out of his hands, it is going to be 3rd and 9. No lost yardage on the play. But now the Tar Heels facing a 3rd and long. May's going to look to the sideline and get the call. Copenhagen, Nesbitt, and Walker to the right. Jones to the left. British Brooks standing to the left of May. Heel snapping off the near hash. 3rd and long. May pump fake. Rolls to the left. Got to throw it. Goes to the end zone. And, boy, a lot of Duke players in the area as May threw it out of the back line of the end zone. Cam Dillon was applying the pressure along with a couple other Blue Devils as well. So for the second consecutive drive, Tar Heels get the ball in the red zone, but going to have to attempt a field goal, as this one will be off the left hash of 31 yards from Burnett.
Yeah, and I like the decisions. Just keep kicking the field goals. Obviously, you want to score touchdowns, but at the end of the game, these 3 points accumulate.
Snap back, spot down. The kick didn't look real good, but it goes through. It was kind of a line drive dunk off the foot of Burnett. But the most important thing is that it went through the uprights for 3. So Carolina has scored on every possession thus far, but 2 of them have been field goals. It's now 13-0 Carolina with 11:38 to play in the second quarter. That drive, 11 plays, 67 yards, 3:51 off the clock, and 3 more points. 13-0 Carolina, 11:38 to go, second quarter from Learfield.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
11 minutes, 38 seconds to go, second quarter. Tar Heels 13, Duke nothing. It's time to celebrate the season with gifts, deals, and holiday feels. From active finds and cozy looks to toys topping their list, Kohl's has presents for everybody and every budget. Shop Kohl's or online at Kohls.com. KOHLS.com today. Jones Angel, Brian Simmons here with you in Kenan Stadium. Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. You've heard from Dave Nathan. Matt Krause is our statistician and spotter. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. And John Essick back in the Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Dave manning that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We'll check on some scores, some top 25 matchups this evening after Carolina boots it away. And the end-over-end kick is going to be returned. Coming out of the end zone about a yard deep is Terry Moore. Moore crosses the 25 and gets close to the 30-yard line. And that'll give Duke a little better field position than if it was a touchback, starting right around the 30. Dave, let's what else is happening out there on the scoreboard? I know it's the only ACC game, but how about top 25?
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on in the top 25. Georgia doubling up Ole Miss in a top 10 matchup at the half, 28-14 Dogs. West Virginia trailing number 17 Oklahoma at the break, 31-14. Texas up on TCU 13-6 midway through the second quarter.
Here it's 13-0 Carolina. Duke will be starting on its own 30 after the 30-yard return by Terry Moore. Loftus going to run it. Waters breaks a tackle in the backfield, still stretching it to the far sideline and bangs down the Tar Heel attempting to make the tackle. Gets a good 7-8 yards on the run. Marcus Allen, last contact for Carolina. It'll be a gain of 7 and second down.
Yeah, Powell Eccles had a great opportunity to get a tackle in the backfield, but just missed it. Good stiff arm by Walker. But those are the kind of plays when you're trying to force a team to throw the ball more than they want. You have to make those plays in the run game.
So far, Loftus has thrown it 4 times, 1 completion for 10 yards. Duke has run it 8 times for 35 yards on the ground. And it's 2nd and 3 after that 7-yard first down run. Ball on the far hash as Duke goes left to right. Heels up 13-0. Blue Devils going to keep it on the ground and get the first down. Huzzy made pretty early contact on the play, but could only really slow down Waters. Couldn't stop him, and Waters pushes forward. Jabari Ritzie helped finish off the tackle, but it's still a gain of 6. So back-to-back runs by Waters. Good player out of Fairmont, North Carolina. He's cousins with, used to be known as Darius Leonard, now wants to be known as Shaquille Leonard, the linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Duke. Loftus in the shotgun. Play clock down to 3, 2, 1, 0. Loftus, I'm not sure he got it off, and the flags do come in. I don't know what he was doing. He stood there, and the clock ticked down.
False start.
Well, that's going to be a
Offense,
false start, not a
5-yard
delay
penalty.
of game.
Still
So
first down.
I thought the flag was going to be delay of game. Instead, it is a false start by Jake Hornibrook, Stanford transfer. He's the brother, you may remember Alex Hornibrook, quarterback at Wisconsin and then Florida State. That penalty moves the ball back 5 yards. And it's 1st and 15. Duke stays true to the running attack, coming to the right side. Waters stopped by Huzzy, but he gains 6 yards out to the 44-yard line. It'll bring up 2nd and 9, because remember that was 1st and 15. Taking a look at that Duco line, they have subbed some. Graham Barton's the left tackle. He's missed the last 2 games. Jacob Monk is at left guard right now. He's listed as the starter at right guard. The center, Scott Elliott, but then Hornibrook is in at right guard. He's normally their starter at right tackle. And Brian Parker, a redshirt freshman from Cincinnati, Ohio, is at the right tackle spot. Duke has had to, that means Maurice McIntyre, normal starter, not in there. Duke's had to move pieces around a bunch. As again, the play clock gets down to 0. Duke just able to get the snap off. They run it up the middle for a short gain. Cedric Gray with the hit. And it'll bring up 3rd down. It's a gain of 3 on the run. It'll be 3rd and 6.
Yeah, now you have a Duke offensive lineman down. I think it's Scott Elliott, the center.
Yeah. So we were just going through that Duke's been kind of patchworking that veteran offensive line together all year due to injuries. And looks like, at least for one play, they're going to have to put in some more substitutions to figure out how to handle it. We're going to take a timeout before a big 3rd down when we return. They continue to look at the center. Elliott look like they're looking at his left ankle area on the field. 8:34 to go, 2nd quarter. Tar Heels 13, Duke nothing. Blue Devils, big 3rd down when we come back from Learfield. 3rd down coming. We're brought to you in part by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics. We'll tell you more about them after this 3rd down snap. Carolina crowding the line on 3rd and 6. Now they drop off. The throw coming to the near sideline, caught at the sticks by Calhoun, and it is enough for the 1st down. So just 2 passes completed by Grayson Loftus, but both have been on 3rd down. Both have moved the chains. Duke now 2 for 4 on 3rd down. Finishing things up there on Blue Cross Blue Shield. They believe an inclusive community is a healthy community. They're here for the Tar Heels and here for all. So big throw there by Duke. They've got it to the Carolina 46-yard line. Tar Heels lead at 13-0. Ball on the near hash as Duke goes from left to right. So they overcome a 1st and 15 and get the 3rd down conversion. Loftus moves the running back Coleman to his left, and it's going to be Coleman who receives the handoff, and he's stuffed after a gain of 2 by Cedric Gray. Let's check in on the sideline and Lee Pace.
Travis Shaw limped off the field after a reserve spot a couple minutes ago, Jones. With considerable discomfort in his lower left leg. He has moved into the medical observation tent to get a little bit of service from the doctors right now.
And he's just now come out as Lee was providing that report and limping on the sideline. We'll call it a gain of 3 on that run by Coleman. It was really about 2.5, but let's say it's 2nd and 7. Tar Heels up 13-0. Duke, though, moved off its own 30 to the Tar Heel 43-yard line. 2nd and 7. Loftus going to play action and throw. Time to do so and complete to the 30-yard line, and breaking through tackles is Jordan Moore. He's able to take it inside the 25 to the 22. So biggest play of the day for Duke, a 21-yard pass from Loftus to Jordan Moore. And the Blue Devils on the edge of the red zone. 6.5 to go. First half in Chapel Hill. Tar Heels 13, Duke nothing. Heels have scored on every possession, but they've had to settle for field goals on the last 2, including one in which they had a 2nd and goal from the 1-yard line. Loftus in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Again, it's Coleman in the backfield with him. And it will be a handoff to Coleman, stretching to the far side, cuts it up the field. Boy, spins through a tackle and fights his way to close to the 10. Will Hardy, the man who looked like he was going to take Coleman down, but could not get him to the ground. Coleman fought through it and advances 12 yards, and Duke has a 1st and goal.
Yeah, right now defensively, Carolina's doing an average job of tackling. They're allowing running backs to push the pile. They're breaking tackles in the backfield, and then you saw on the long pass play, the reason why became a longer play is because of Carolina missing plays out in space, missing tackles.
6 runs, 2 passes on this drive for Duke have moved themselves to the 10. Loftus out of the shotgun. He's going to play action, look to throw, touchdown. Moore able to get inside of Chapman, and Duke's on the board. So an impressive drive there from the Blue Devils. The big sequence came when they had 1st and 15, and were able to get the 1st down on 3rd and 6, and eventually get into the end zone to make it 13-6 with the extra point on the way.
Yeah, good job by Duke, just being methodical with that drive, sticking with their run game. Carolina has to do a better job of making those tackles, because if you get this quarterback in 30 long, they should be able to handle that, and I'm surprised we haven't brought more pressure to him.
Extra point is good, so it's 13-7, and so even though you feel like Carolina's controlled this game, Tar Heels are up by just 6. And due to get the football when we return. 5:18 to go on the second quarter clock for Loftus, his 2nd touchdown. For Moore, it is the 5th of his season and 10th of his career. So it is 13-7 Tar Heels. Again, 5:18 to play, second quarter from Learfield. So Duke gained just 43 yards on its first 2 drives, but then goes 70 yards on its 3rd drive in 9 plays, more than 6 minutes off the clock to get on the scoreboard and get back within a score. 13-7, Tar Heels with the advantage. 5:18 to go in the first half. After the game, we'll choose our Old Dominion Freight Line Best in the Game. That's our Player of the Game feature. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. And Brian, unfortunately, we've seen it a couple of times this year where it feels like when the Tar Heel defense has had a chance to get a big stop, when the offense has been moving and get one more stop, maybe get it back one more time, and you can put a big blow in. But that time, Duke able to get down the field, and instead of 13-0 and the Tar Heels getting the ball, it's 13-7 instead.
Yeah, missed opportunity for Carolina, especially when you get them in 1st and 15, and then you get them in a 3rd and long situation. You got to find a way to get off the football field, especially when your offense is cooking.
Chapman, I think he called for a fair catch.
Yeah, he did.
He mishandled the
fair
kickoff.
Catch signal was given. Ball was muffed, recovered. By rule, the ball becomes dead. North Carolina's ball at the dead ball spot.
So
1st down.
That means Carolina's going to have the ball at the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
So Chapman called for the fair catch, but then did not field it cleanly. And so that means Carolina's going to take over at the 1 yard line. He then actually kind of jumped back into the end zone. So it was a messy sequence there for Chapman, and that hurts.
Yeah, it's not even at the 1. It's inside the 1, actually. So
now all of a sudden, Carolina's pinned as far back as you can be. And Duke, coming off a touchdown, has the Tar Heels pinned back after the mistake on the kickoff return. And Carolina's going to have to snap it into the end zone. Maye throws an interception. Overshot his intended receiver. Picked off by Jalen Stinson. And he's going to return it inside the 15. Maye was not close to his intended receiver. Sailed it over his head. And an easy pick. Just the 6-1 that Maye has thrown this year. But he was well off the mark. And so all of a sudden, Duke has it inside the 15 with a chance on a touchdown and an extra point to take the lead.
Yeah, we talked about special teams and Duke's ability to make plays on special teams. In Carolina, that was set up by the bad special teams by Chapman with the drop, with the muff kickoff return. And then you force your offense to have to throw the football with your quarterback 6-7 yards deep in the end zone. And then that play wasn't off the mark. There was no mark. I'm not sure why, he was trying to go there, but that was a play that wasn't there to be had.
And Duke going to run it on first down. Waters gets to the 10 for a gain of 4. Biggers with the hit. So the interception by Stinson is first of the season, his third of his career. And said May, it is his 6th this year. And that was a rare throw. That was not close. So Duke now 2nd and 6 at the Tar Heel 10. 4:33 and counting. And remember, Duke gets the ball to start the second half as well. So the momentum of this game has shifted dramatically as Carolina gave up a touchdown, makes a mistake, and now has Waters slipping through, and he'll have first and goal at the 3. Biggers made the stop. So that sequence, Duke scores, Chapman with the strange decision on the kickoff, and then May with the interception. Tar Heels have let Duke back in the game, and Duke is 3 yards away from taking the lead.
Yeah, for me, sometimes it seems like when there's the opportunity and moments in games where you should lean on your power running back, we kind of go away from it. And to me, that was a situation where we should have leaned on Amarian Hampton.
Loftus going to flip Waters over to his right. First and goal from the 3. And Amari Gaynor comes flying into the backfield and takes down Waters from behind at the 5. So it'll be second and goal from the 5. Duke starting this drive on the Tar Heel 14-yard line after the interception by Stinson. Duke happy to run clock here.
Yeah.
Again, they get the ball to start the second half. Tar Heels do have 3 timeouts. Clock moving at 3:07 and counting in the second quarter. And now Duke has put Jordan Moore, wide receiver, former quarterback, is at the QB spot. He runs the read option, goes left side, and doesn't get a ton. Maybe gets back to the 3 before Javari Ritzy and others shut the door, and it'll bring up third and goal. Big spot here for the Tar Heel defense. Can they force a field goal attempt?
Yeah, if you're in the secondary defensive line, I'm thinking get my hands up right now. I'm thinking play action.
By the way, Monk is at center. Remember, Elliott was shaken up earlier. So Duke has Barton at left tackle, Justin Pickett at left guard, Monk at center. As Duke running this clock down to 5 seconds on the play clock, they're going to run it all the way down and take a timeout.
Timeout.
Finishing that O-line for Duke.
Second. Timeout. Timeout.
It is in
30 seconds.
Hornibrook at right guard and Parker at right tackle. So they're piecing together that O-line. Timeout for Duke leaves them with 1 left for the final 2:11 of the half. Carolina has 3. So again, Carolina led this game 13-0 and was cruising along until Duke able to get a 70-yard touchdown drive after gaining just 43 yards on its first 2 drives. Then the touchdown made it 13-7. Doc Chapman called for a fair catch but could not field the ball on the kickoff at the 1. So the muff on the fair catch puts the ball at the 1. May throws an interception on the very next play. Duke has it third and goal at the 3. Loftus will be the quarterback. Waters will be to his left. 2 tight ends on the right side of the line for Duke. Loftus claps his hands, gets the snap. Read option, he keeps it, and he walks in for 6. So Duke an extra point away from taking the lead after the Tar Heel mistakes on the muffed kickoff and interception.
Yeah, that's just not playing disciplined football. If the back goes away from you, if I'm on the backside of that, I can't make that play on the dive, so I have to play the quarterback on the read option.
So Duke needs just 5 plays after the interception. They still took almost 3 minutes off the clock, even though they ran just 5 plays. As the extra point does give Duke the lead at 14-13. And we do need to take a break with 2:07 to go Carolina now trailing 14-13 after a cascade of mistakes have allowed the Blue Devils to take the 1-point advantage. Late second quarter in Chapel Hill. Duke 14, Carolina 13 from Learfield.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
So Duke all of a sudden, even though the Blue Devils only have 127 yards, they lead the game 14-13 after the Tar Heel series of mistakes, including a rare turnover. Carolina's done a great job in the turnover department this year. They came in tied for second in the nation in turnover margin at plus 12. They had forced 19, only given up 7. But the sequence of Chapman mishandling the kickoff after calling for the fair catch, and then the Maye interception on a rare, extraordinarily errant throw, sets up Duke with the short field. And eventually the Blue Devils score. Again, 5 plays. They needed just 14 yards after the pick and still took almost 3 minutes off the clock. So now it's 14-13. And Brian, Tar Heels haven't made many mistakes, but they've hurt when they've made them. They had the penalty that took the touchdown off the board, and then that sequence that gives Duke the advantage.
Yeah, that sequence was a killer right there. You have a special teams mistake, and then you have an offensive turnover.
The kickoff, Charlie Ham slipped and fell as he was trying to kick it off, so it ends up being a squib kick, not on purpose, and fielded, I believe it was Jalen Brooks, who ended up fielding it as an up man for the Tar Heels. And ends up not being a big difference yardage-wise as he is able to advance it to the 26-yard line. And that's where the Tar Heels will start this 5th drive. Time of possession now, Duke has had it 15-39, Carolina 12-14. And it feels like Duke's had it a bunch here as of late after that long touchdown drive, then the turnover. And Carolina now finds itself trailing for the first time. Handoff to Hampton, comes to the left side, cuts up the field, and gets good yardage on the first down run. Trey Freeman makes the stop at the 33-yard line, a gain of 7. Carolina's already snapped it. Heels pick up the pressure, and Maye on the different page from his receiver, Nesbitt. Nesbitt had cut in at the 50. Maye thought he was going down the sideline and threw it too far, incomplete. So now Heels have a 3rd down. Duke gets the football to start the second half. Tar Heels have 3 timeouts, but clock stops on the incompletion. 1:38 to go before the half. This is a big play here. Carolina don't want to give the ball back to Duke with the Blue Devils having all the momentum. And Carolina's going to run it. Hampton has the first down and still churning over the 40. Gets to the 41 for a gain of 8. Carolina 6 of 8 on 3rd down. Brandon Johnson with the tackle. I got to tell you, it just feels like it's always a good option. 28 with the ball.
No question.
Of course, this is a good option, too. Maye ready to throw. Uncorks one deep down the far sideline, making the leaping effort. And catch! Tez Walker somehow caught it and then got his foot down for the first down at the Duke 11. That's the second time tonight Walker has made a highlight grab, that one for 50 yards.
Yeah, just a great ability to find and track the football downfield and then adjust his speed and his body to make the catch.
Tar Heels have already snapped it. Handoff to Hampton right side. He's inside the 10 and gets to the 8, maybe the 9. They're going to mark it at the 8. Cam Dillon with the hit. Gain of 3. So Carolina can get a first down without scoring at the 1. The clock is at 1 minute right now. Heels have 3 timeouts. Ball is at the 8. 2nd and 7 from the 8. Play clock at 18. Clock still running, but the Heels have those timeouts to work with. Hampton goes from right side of Maye to the left, back to the right. Maye's going to throw, though. Looking to the left, flushed out of the pocket. Maye avoids the hit, throws to the end zone, and throws it out of the end zone. Incomplete. Wesley Williams, good young defensive lineman for Duke, chasing Maye on the play. Clock at 33 seconds, stopped on the incompletion. It's 3rd down. Duke with the lead all of a sudden, 14-13. After the Tar Heels led this 13-0 and were dominating. But Duke scored a touchdown, got a quick turnover, and another touchdown. And now the Heels facing a 3rd and 7 on the Duke 8. Again, they can get a first down without scoring. Out to the left, Nesbitt, McCollum, and Copenhaver. Walker by himself to the right. Hampton standing to Maye's right. And Maye will throw on 3rd and 7. Looking to his left and rips one to the back line, incomplete. Was looking for Nesbitt, but it was too high and too hard, and the Heels going to have to try another field goal. So Duke's defense, second best in the country in red zone defense. Tar Heels have been there 4 times now, but this is the 3rd time that they've had to try a field goal. This one will be 26 yards off the right hash. Snap back, spot down. Burnett's kick is up and good. So the Tar Heels take the lead back with 23 seconds to go. So the 50-yard pass from Maye to Walker sets the Tar Heels up in the red zone, but for the 3rd time in 4 trips, they have to settle for the field goal. That one 26 yards as the Heels cap the 8-play, 66-yard drive and a minute 39 off the clock. So 16-14, Carolina with 23 seconds to go. Duke scheduled to get the ball to start the second half. We'll see how they want to handle these last couple seconds. Maye started the game 6 of 6. He has just 5 of his last 12 with an interception. He does have 180 yards. Hampton has 95 yards on the ground, 16 carries, 95 yards. Walker has 96 yards receiving. A couple of explosive plays on his 3 catches have helped that effort. So Liam Boyd ready to kick it off. And it will be a touchback. So Carolina has scored on 4 of its 5 possessions, yet only leads by 2 with 23 seconds to go in the first half.
Yeah, they will look at that first half and see missed opportunities, but give them credit for coming down. Your defense gives up the lead. Well, actually, special teams offense, everybody had a hand in it, but Carolina answered the call to go back up, hopefully, at halftime. So good job by Carolina with the explosive play and then capping it off with a field goal.
So Duke is set up in the shotgun. They're not going to take knees or something here. They do have 1 timeout. And they'll hand off to Waters. He is slammed down in the backfield by Miles Murphy. The big fella got in there pretty easily and did a swan dive on top of Waters for a loss of 2. And have to think that Duke in no hurry. They will happily go to the locker room back in the ball game after Carolina led 13-0. It will be 16-14. Carolina with the halftime advantage after Duke gets a couple of quick touchdowns in succession to get back in this one in Chapel Hill. Lee is going to get a quick word with Coach Brown after he talks to the television folks, so we'll hang tight before we go to our first halftime break of the Wells Fargo Halftime Show, brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Maye, 180 yards passing, but the interception. 95 yards for Hampton, 96 yards receiving for Walker. Loftus, the young QB for Duke, has thrown and run for a score. He's 4 for 7 passing, 48 yards in the touchdown, and has the 1 rushing score as well for the Blue Devils. So again, 16-14 our score, waiting for Coach Brown to finish up with TV before he's going to speak to Lee. Let's go down to Lee now. Lee?
Coach scores on 4 of 5 possessions. Obviously, you want to turn some field goals into touchdowns.
Yeah, the biggest thing is they've got a great red zone defense. We've been one of the better red zone offenses in the country. Biggest difference in this game is we got to score touchdowns instead of kick field goals. But a huge field goal right before the half, that helps us take momentum into halftime. They get the ball to start second half.
Good. Thank you very much, Coach Brown. Back to you, Jones.
Thanks, Lee. So 16-14, Tar Heels led 13-0. They'll take just a 2-point advantage into the halftime locker room from Learfield. Wells Fargo halftime report coming to a close. Second half upcoming in Chapel Hill. Tar Heels 16, Duke 14, our halftime score. Let's get to our trusted choice of the game. It's brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina, who want you to stay safe behind the wheel. And a great way to help yourself do that is putting down that phone while you're driving. Let's have a hands-free in C. To learn more and find an agent near you, visit trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. Brian, I have a feeling that something that you feel like the Tar Heels should trust in the second half has a big number 2 and 8 on the back of his jersey.
Yeah, it does. And you remember last year we sat here and Coach Brown talked about last year not being able to score in the red zone and needing to run the football in the red zone. And so run the football when you get in the red zone, right? You have a good running back who runs hard. He's a physical guy. And then off of that, you can do play action. So use your running back. I'm not saying give it to him every single time, but at least make him the focal point when you get in the red zone.
Carolina gets 280 yards in the first half, gets into the red zone 4 times, but has just 16 points. A 1-yard Drake Maye touchdown run. And then they have to settle for Noah Burnett field goals of 23, 31, and 26 yards. And that paired with that sequence of the muffed kickoff and the interception, giving Duke the short field, allows Duke kind of a cheap touchdown, and it all adds up to a 16-14 game. Tar Heels lead by 2. Lee Pace is our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, what's going on down there?
Well, I mentioned Travis Shaw having a bit of an injury issue late in the first half. He is back out, and he had all the defensive linemen around him. Barked him down, and he's the heart and soul of this defensive line. Boy, he's got a lot of tenacity and a lot of energy. Now, if he can just get out and show it consistently enough on the field. But Carolina ready to go here in the second half.
Talking about Hampton, 16 carries, 95 yards, averaging almost 6 yards per carry. He has now moved into 12th place single season in Tar Heel rushing with 1,162. He's 33 yards away from Natron Means in 1992, 49 yards away from Amos Lawrence in 1977. That would put him in the top 10 single season in Carolina history. Second half underway as Liam Boyd rockets an end-over-end kick that will hop 8 yards deep in the end zone. So Duke, going from left to right, will start on its 25-yard line. Each team had the ball 5 times in the first half. Heels touchdown, 3 field goals, and an interception. Duke 2 punts, 2 touchdowns, and then that final drive was just 1 play before the half. Loftus done a nice job, 4 of 7, 48 yards, not asking him to do too much. Threw a touchdown, got a touchdown run, had a couple of big third down throws that helped Duke's cause in the first half. He'll be in the shotgun first snap of the second half, and he'll keep it on the ground with Waters, and Waters slowed up by Power Eccles, and then Gio Biggers comes in to make the hit. It'll be a gain of 1 and second down.
Yeah, and I think Duke offensively, I think if you're Loftus and you're the Duke offensive play callers, you feel pretty good about his confidence in the first half. Carolina allowed some of that to happen with some of the plays they gave away, and then Duke's ability to run the football a little bit, just enough to keep it safe for him.
Leading rusher is Waters for Duke with 48. Jordan Moore is in at the quarterback spot. He'll hand off to Waters, and Des Evans and Power Eccles combine to slam him down. Maybe even a loss on the play. It'll be 3rd and long. So that's a couple times now we've seen Moore, former quarterback, now a wide receiver, take a snap as the QB. It was a loss of 1 on the run, so it's 3rd and 10 from the 25.
Yeah, Jones, you see right now they split the running back out wide. And they saw that Cedric Gray matched up with him, so now they understand it's man coverage. Now they'll get a play to see if they can take advantage of man coverage.
3rd and 10. Tar Heels rush just 4. Loftus well off the mark. A diving attempt at the interception is no good. There's also a flag down at the line of scrimmage. There's also a flag down over there near where the ball was thrown.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what flag is that.
Let's find out as Jeff Flanagan, our referee.
2 fouls on the play, 1 on each team. Holding, offense number 62. Pass interference, defense number 28. Those fouls will offset. We'll replay the down.
So a foul on each side. The hold on Graham Barton. The pass interference on Huzzy. And they'll redo 3rd and 10. Duke will have 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Waters in the backfield along with Loftus. So Carolina thought it had a 3rd down stop. It'll have to try and do it again. Duke was 3 of 5 on 3rd down in the first half. Loftus with pressure coming, air mails the throw. This time no flags down, and Carolina forces the 3 and out.
Yeah, and that's a good job by Miles Murphy, just pushing the pocket, getting in the lap of Loftus, not allowing him to step up and make an accurate throw.
And that pressure forced Loftus to throw it a little bit off his back foot. That was part of the problem when Maye threw his pick.
Yep.
Where he sent it well over the head of an intended receiver, Tez Walker, which set up the Duke short field. So Carolina gets the 3 and out. And now Porter Wilson ready to punt it away. Huzzy back to return for Carolina. Tar Heels send a little pressure, but don't get close. Huzzy will call for the fair catch. He makes it cleanly at the 36-yard line. And Carolina will have it right there. After the 39-yard punt, we'll check in with Lee Pace.
Jones, all this talk about sign stealing in college football. It's kind of comical looking across to the Duke sideline. Grayson Loftus is looking it up to 4 individuals in different colors giving signs. Ostensibly, 1 is live and the other 3 are dead. And on any given snap, 4 different other individuals can be holding up signs. So there's 8 different places that information is coming from the Duke sideline.
Maye in the shotgun. He's going to have Hampton to his left. And he'll give it to the powerful back who dives forward to the 40 for a gain of 4. Nick Morris with the hit. Hampton now at 99 yards. Yeah, I think we're on the cusp of getting communication from coaches to the headsets or to the helmets of the quarterback and of the defensive captain. Another handoff to Hampton. Boy, he had a head of steam. Rifles ahead to the 44. Another gain of 4. Trey Freeman with the hit. It will be 3rd and 2. May even see that communication happen in the postseason this year in the Bowls. Big 3rd down here. Carolina was 6 of 9 on 3rd down in the first half and have a 3rd down here on their own 44, going from right to left. Ball on the near hash. This is 3rd and 2 for the Tar Heels on their first possession of the second half, leading 16-14. Duke had to punt it on its first effort. Maye, it's going to be a design quarterback run, and he does not get it. Oh, wait a second. How did the ball get into the hands?
He pitched it to him.
He pitched it to Hampton as he was going to the ground, and Hampton gets the first down into Duke territory. What a play by Maye. I thought that play was dead. Hampton gets to the Duke 40. Carolina's already snapped it. Maye has pressure rolling to the right. Stiff arm gets Carter off of him. Still wrapping around to the right side and finally gets out of bounds. Ended up losing a couple yards after running a long distance race.
Carolina wanted to take a shot right there, but the protection didn't hold up, so Drake Maye had to scramble around to try to find an opportunity to throw the ball downfield.
It's a loss of 3 when it's all said and done for Maye. How did Maye pitch that before he went down? Well, now it's 2nd and 13, so the Heels have a more pressing matter at hand as pressure coming, and Maye's going to be dropped as Freeman blitzing off the side. And Maye is sacked for a loss of 2, and now all of a sudden it's 3rd and 15. Well, this has become the theme. When Carolina has run it, it has had some success. Duke is getting pressure now in the pass game and causing much more trouble for the Tar Heels. And now a 3rd and very long. Heels going to have 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They run a little shovel pass to Hampton. He gets a good chunk of the yardage back to the 39. That's going to bring up 4th and 9.
And
Ryan
I think
Smith,
Carolina will go for it because they're kind of in no man's land right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gain of 6. So I think Carolina is indeed going to go for it. That play call even suggests it, as Carolina has already snapped it. May with the long throw and the sliding catch.
Right at the sticks.
Is made at the 30 by Walker. And I'm still waiting to head and mark the football. And now Duke has the player go to the ground to try and stop the clock. It's a first down at the 30-yard line. And now the officials are going to blow everything dead for the injured Blue Devil on the play. The officials talking. We need to take a break. But there was just a lot of ambiguity there of, was it a first down? Was a player injured?
The running on the field was a catch that made a first down. The previous play is under further review.
So they are going to check the review.
Went down for an injury.
So they are going to check for a review as we go to the commercial break. It's a check under the hood brought to you by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. We'll see how it all ends up when we return. Heels think they have a 1st and 10 and a 2-point lead. We'll find out after this from Learfield. After the review, Carolina has the first down. They say the call on the field stands. So Carolina will have it, the 4th down conversion, just the 8th conversion for a Duke opponent in 21 tries on 4th down. Will move the sticks. Our game coverage today presented by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, and brought to you in part by Modelo, proud to sponsor Carolina football, an official beer of the Tar Heels. So Carolina will have it at the Duke 30-yard line after the 4th catch of the day for Walker gives him 105 yards receiving. So he has gone over 100 yards for the 3rd time this year and 7th time in his career. Hampton has gone over 100 yards as well with 118 on the ground. 5th straight game that he's done that. It's a jet sweep for Carolina. That's Doc Chapman picking his way through traffic and advancing close to the 20-yard line before Wesley Williams wraps him up. It will be right at the 20 and 10 yards and a first down.
Yeah, we've seen in limited opportunities, Doc Chapman's electric. He has the ability to make guys miss, and he's quick twitch and has really good short area quickness.
Tar Heels have 324 yards of offense, but lead at just 16-14 with 9:55 and counting in the 3rd quarter. So they're at the 20 in the red zone again. They have had to kick 3 field goals on 4 trips to the red zone. May rolling out to the right, long throw to the end zone, incomplete, but here comes a flag as Walker was being locked up by Brandon Johnson in the end zone. There's a flag also on the other side of the field, back near the Tar Heel sideline. So we'll have to wait and see. We already have had once on this drive, or in this half, where there were penalties on both sides. That negated a play.
2 fouls on the play, 1 on each team. An eligible receiver, downfield offense, number 63. Pass interference, defense, number 3. The fouls will offset. We'll replay the down.
So, but that hurts. The ineligible downfield on Montelis takes away the penalty in the end zone. So it will just be no play. And Carolina will try again, 1st and 10 at the 20. Again, the 5th time the Heels have been in the red zone. They have 1 touchdown and 3 All-State good hands field goals so far. May, play action to Hampton. Now he's going to try and run and just gets back to the line of scrimmage as Dwayne Carter and Wesley Williams combine on the hit. That may even have been a loss of a yard. It's going to be 2nd and long for Carolina.
Yeah, here's what I don't understand. As good as we can run the football in Duke, if they want to stay in a 2 safety high look, force them to stop the run with a 7-man box or force them to get out of that 2 high safety look, and then you can throw the football however you want to. But they can't stop you with a 6-man box.
10th play of the drive will be 2nd and 10 off the 20. And it's a quick throw to Walker. Walker crosses the 15. Good tackle by Chandler Rivers at the 14, maybe the 13-yard line. So a gain of 7. And it will bring up 3rd down and 3 for Carolina. They need the 10 for the first down. They're going right to left. Ball on the far hash. Heels lead at 16-14. Hampton's going to switch over from Maye's right to his left. 3rd and 3. It will be Hampton. Hit at the line of scrimmage and stood up by Jamion Franklin for no gain. Maybe even a loss. And let's see what the Heels want to do. Everybody's looking at the sideline, but right now it looks like the Heels may leave the offense on the field. They've converted 1 4th down on this drive. Play clock's down to 18, and they are going to leave the offense out there. So Carolina rolling the dice here. 12th play of the drive will be 4th and 4 on the Duke 14. Maye to throw. Has time to do so. Now it breaks down. Wait, he steps out of trouble. Gets the completion to J.J. Jones. Maye the magician for first down.
And sometimes you can make the right play call, but other times it's just up to the players to make the plays. And Drake Maye on that one made a big-time play.
I mean, that's a couple times he has saved a dead play, as now he passes to Nesbitt, and Nesbitt on the far side loses a yard to the Duke 9. Brandon Johnson with the quick hit. So that's on this drive. Maye had the run where he pitched it late, and then that one where he was about to be sacked by Cam Dillon and was able to get it out of his hands to J.J. Jones to move the sticks. Now, though, Tar Heels have a 2nd and goal from the 9-yard line. Hampton standing to Maye's left. Maye play action. Looks to the middle of the end zone and misses J.J. Jones on the back line. Chandler Rivers defending on the play. Maye is now 17 of 25 passing, 217 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception. And this is 3rd and goal from the 9. It's just the 2nd drive of the quarter. Duke had a 3-and-out, and the Tar Heels have had it ever since. 6:58 to go in the 3rd. 3rd and goal from the 9. Maye to throw yet again. Steps up in the pocket. Lobs and way too far to the back right corner of the end zone for Nesbitt. And now the Tar Heels will send out the field goal unit. And, Brian, there have been some throws. Maye just hadn't been real close on some of these throws in the end zone.
Yeah, he tried to get that one to the back power line, but that's one of the ones you have to kind of just throw it up and kind of throw a jump ball. You have your big, tall, athletic tight end on a smaller DB. Give him an opportunity. At least give him a chance to make a play for you.
So this will be the 16th play of the drive. And it's another field goal attempt from Burnett. This is off the left hash from 27 yards. And the kick is up, and it is through. So Burnett kicks his 4th field goal of the day. Carolina's been in the red zone 5 times, 1 touchdown and 4 field goals. And the score is 19-14. That was a 16-play drive that took 6:41 off the clock. And Carolina again has to settle for 3. Heels up 5, 19-14 from Learfield.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
6:49 to go, 3rd quarter. Tar Heels 19, Duke 14. The difference has been the red zone. Duke has been there twice, scored touchdowns each time. Tar Heels have been there 5 times, 1 touchdown and 4 field goals this evening. Still a 19-14 Tar Heel lead. Carolina football brought to you in part by Fairfield, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Hampton now 117 yards. That's 5 straight games with 100 or more. He's the 6th Tar Heel to do it. Don McCauley did it in the 1969 season. Mike Voigt in the 75 season. Ethan Horton in 84. Gio Bernard in 2011. And then Don McCauley again ran 100 plus 8 straight times in 1970. That did include the bowl game, which wasn't in the official stats at the time. But all that to say that Omarion Hampton continues to be a weapon for the Tar Heels, averaging better than 6 yards per carry. Tonight, it will be another touchback on the kickoff. So Carolina has 335 yards of offense. Duke has 126 in those Lenovo stats. Walker with 112 yards receiving. Hampton 117 yards rushing. Maye 217 yards passing. And yet, it is 19-14. Tar Heels by 5, and Duke getting the ball at its own 25-yard line.
Yeah, and Carolina obviously wants to score touchdowns on it, but I still think 30 is the magic number, and Carolina's well on pace for that number. I think if we score 30 points tonight, that will be enough to win the football game.
Loftus will be in at the shotgun for the first down snap. He is going to hand it off, and the Tar Heels all over it. Miles Murphy there to make the hit. Jalen Coleman, the running back for Duke. You know, we have not seen much of Jaquez Moore. Moore was a little shaken up near the end of the Wake Forest game. Don't know if that's keeping him out of action tonight or not. But it has been mostly Waters with 13 carries and Coleman with 5. Moore has just 1 in the ballgame. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Duke. But it will be a run. Loftus keeps it. Tar Heels play that better than they did the one down on the goal line. Power Eccles and Gio Biggers combine on the stop for a gain of 2, and here's a 3rd and 8.
Now that's a better job on the backside of reading the quarterback read.
Duke hustles up to the line of scrimmage, and now will slow up. 3 receivers bunched to the right side. Jordan Moore, the lone receiver, to the left. Loftus looking to the sideline. Still 15 on the play clock right now. 5:35 on the third quarter game clock. Heels up 19-14, looking for a 3rd down stop. 3rd and 8, Heels rush just 4. Loftus has the ball hit out of his hands. It's loose on the ground. Both teams dive on it. Carolina has it. They are going to rule it a fumble on the field, and Kevin Hester comes out of there with it. Knocked it
Running on the field is an incomplete forward pass.
Well,
4th down.
Now the officials, after not blowing the play dead, now come back and say it is an incomplete pass. Boy, it's close. Got to look at the replay here in Kenan.
No,
boy,
that's an empty hand.
But since it is called an incompletion on the field, I do not believe that they can replay the play or review the play.
And that's a prime example of usually they let that play out, and then you can get it corrected on the replay. But once you make a definitive call that you're unable to.
And now
running on the field with a forward pass. The previous play is under further review.
I guess I'm wrong. I guess they can. Then that is my mistake. I thought they could not review this if that was the call on the field, but obviously I'm wrong, and hopefully for the Tar Heels, it turns out well. We'll find out after this break. It is a check under the hood presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. 5:18 to go. Big call when we return. Heels up 19-14. Might have great field position. We'll find out after this from Learfield. To Kenan Stadium, the ruling on the field after the review stands as an incomplete pass. So a difficult call for the Tar Heels. They still get the 3 and out, assuming Duke punts this away. But they don't get the fumble and the field position, which would have had them 1st and 10 at around the Duke 15-yard line, with Kevin Hester jumping on the loose ball. Instead, Duke set to punt with the Heels up 19-14, 5:18 to go third quarter. You can win the beach vacation of a lifetime on North Carolina's stunning Crystal Coast. Crystal Coast NC is giving away a week-long getaway for up to 8 people where you'll enjoy picture-perfect beaches, welcoming waterfront communities, and first-class dining. To enter the Crystal Coast sweepstakes, go to Win Crystal Coast. That's WIN, crystalcoast.com today. All right, Huzzy back to receive this punt from Porter Wilson. Tar Heels lead it 19-14 and appear to have gotten their second 3-and-out defensively of the second half in Duke's 2 possessions. And it will be, oh no, Duke is going to fake it. They dump it off underneath. The Tar Heels play it well, but can't get there in time as Wilson throws to Terry Moore on the fake punt. Carolina had a man there, but could not make the open field tackle. And so Duke will take over. It was Cedric Gray who was there, but could not make the play. So Duke gets the 4th down conversion, gaining 11 on 3rd and 8. So Duke, feeling like it needs to do something to stay on the field, gets the big play on the trick play. And now we'll keep it on the ground. Jordan Waters trying to spin away. It's caught by Des Evans for a short gain. Well, now, Brian, how does Carolina react after that?
Yeah, and that is the key, but great job on 1st down. Carolina has been consistently good the last couple drives against the run.
It'll be 2nd and 8, 4:05 and counting in the 3rd quarter. Tar Heels 19, Duke 14. Blue Devils convert the fake punt to keep this second drive of the second half for them going. Jaquez Moore, just talking about him, he is back in the game as it's a shotgun snap to Jordan Moore, and Stick Lane comes in, fills the gap, and slams him down, kind of spun him off his feet after the gain of 3, and it'll bring up another 3rd down.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Stick Lane, when he's in the game, he's a good tackler. He's aggressive to fill the alley, and he's not afraid of contact in any way.
Yeah, that nickname Stick is for hit stick, and he is a good tackler for sure, and he laid the pop there on Jordan Moore. Loftus back in with Jaquez Moore in the backfield with him. 3 receivers bunched to the left, 1 to the right. It's a 3rd and 5. Duke 3 for 7 on 3rd down. Play clock down to 2 as the snap comes in. Heels rush forward. Loftus tries to run, and Murphy takes him down. The sack drops Loftus at the 41, and for the second time this drive, Duke will send the punt unit out.
Yeah, good job by Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy has had a very good football game against the run and being able to get after the quarterback in the passing game there. He just uses his power and then is able to get off the block to get to the quarterback, Loftus, to get his sack.
All right, let's see if Duke punts it this time. Carolina leaves a lot of defenders out on the field as Wilson a mile high in the air. A short punt. Huzzy fields it with Duke creeping close to his personal space there on the fair catch. A 33-yard punt. And Carolina going to have it at the 26, I believe, maybe the 27-yard line. Let's check in with Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
Well, I think Miles Murphy celebrated himself into a leg cramp. He was shucking and jiving with his teammates, and then he fell into some pain coming off the sideline. He is on the ground right now getting some attention from the medical staff, but they're just rubbing his left calf, so I'm sure it's just a sprain right now. Or
Tar Heels flip a screen to Hampton in the flat right side. Duke does just enough to recover. Trey Freeman pushes Hampton out after he crosses the 35 to the 36 for a gain of 9. Carolina starting this drive on the 27-yard line as whistles blow.
Timeout for an injured player.
There's a Duke player, Jamion Franklin, who's on the
He's
sideline.
off the field.
Yeah, off the field, but the officials stopped the action. Well, now we're ready to go. 2nd and short. Carolina going to run it with Hampton. First down and more. Hampton to midfield, crosses the 50. The final push by the defender, Jalen Stinson, shoves him to the Duke 49. Gain of 15. 90 seconds to go, third quarter. Tar Heels 19, Duke 14. Here comes a throw. May flushed out by Carter right side. Keeps his eyes down the field. Long throw, and a flag comes in. J.J. Jones and Al Blades were battling. And looks like there's going to be a pass interference on the Blue Devils.
Pass interference, defense, number 7, 15-yard penalty, first down.
That'll move the ball to the 34-yard line. Stop the clock with 1:20 to go, third quarter. Tar Heels 19, Duke 14. Just the second possession of the quarter for the Tar Heels. They had a field goal on their first after leading 16-14 at the half. May's going to throw again. Goes to the right side. Walker can't make the catch against the defense of Chandler Rivers. Rivers, good player, honorable mention freshman All-America a year ago. Talented sophomore out of Beaumont, Texas. Walker's had a good day. 5 receptions, 112 yards. Couldn't make that catch, though. Hampton's had a good day. 20 carries, 132 yards. 2nd and 10 on the Duke 34, and it will be Hampton. Hampton fighting against some Duke tacklers, trying to keep the play going. Here comes a flag. I'm going to tell you, that might be a face mask.
Yeah, that's the only thing it could be.
Personal foul, face mask, number 36, 15-yard penalty, first down.
So that is the second 15-yard penalty on this drive on Duke. It was a pass interference on Blades, and now Blades Jr., and now a face mask on Morris Jr., as he was trying to make the tackle on Hampton. Hampton just kept the legs churning, kept the play alive. And Tar Heels now have it in the red zone again. They have been here 5 times, 4 field goals and a touchdown. 1st and 10 at the Duke 19. May pulls it away from Hampton, rolls to the left side, has a block by Copenhaver in front. He leads over Stinson and gets inside the 5. Holy smokes, somebody get a read on that vertical. May way up in the air.
That's an outstanding play, but I can tell you the coaches on the sideline not loving that play.
1st and goal from the 5. Heels give it to Hampton. Hampton powers forward to the 1, maybe the 2. Freeman with the stop. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 2. And now there's another injury.
Timeout. Injured player.
It is defense. A Duke player, Terry Moore, who is injured on the play. Clock stops with 13 seconds left in the third quarter, and the Tar Heels leading 19-14 in the red zone for the 6th time tonight.
Yeah, and Hampton looked over to the sideline and gave the symbol, do it again.
Yeah.
Give me the ball again.
I think a lot of people are saying do it again. He has been a force. 21 carries, 136 yards, averaging 6.5 yards per carry. Hampton continues to climb up the ranks, rushing-wise, in single season. He had already crossed 1,000 coming into the game today. They continue to take a look at Terry Moore for Duke. Hampton, by the way, came in with 1,067 yards. He's got 136 tonight, so he's at 1,203 on the season. He is in 11th place all-time single season. He is 8 yards away from Amos Lawrence in the 10th most rushing yards in a single season. So 8 yards away from cracking the top 10 for Omarion Hampton right now. But the Tar Heels are worried about the 2 yards that they need to try to get into the end zone here, leading 19-14. While they continue to attend to more, a reminder that SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Carolina Athletics. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek so Tar Heel fans can fan. Terry Moore's the player who made the catch on that fake punt a moment ago for Duke. He's a former running back for the Blue Devils. In fact, had one of his best games against Carolina last year. He had 42 yards rushing, 15 yards receiving. He only had 128 yards rushing the whole season, 42 of them coming against Carolina, but he's moved to the safety spot and has done a nice job. The sophomore from Washington came in with 3.5 tackles for loss, a couple passes broken up, 2.5 sacks on the year as well, and 5th on the Duke team with 38 tackles. He does walk off the field mostly under his own power, getting a little bit of help as he is limping to the side. Back to the issue at hand. Carolina 2nd and goal from the 2, leading 19-14. They have been turned away in the red zone a bunch tonight. Maye in the shotgun, Hampton to his left. They feed him. Hampton is stopped. I think the Tar Heel crowd thought that Willie Lampkin going into the end zone was Hampton, but it is a gain of just 1. Dwayne Carter with the stop. Carolina will have a 3rd and goal from the 1 when we go to the 4th quarter. They've turned the lights off in Kenan. There's a shaken up Tar Heel. I think it might be Lampkin, but the lights are off.
I think he got up, John.
Yeah, it is Lampkin, but he is in some duress coming to the sideline. So, Tar Heels have a 3rd and goal when we come back. 19-14 the score from Learfield. Going to the 4th quarter, Tar Heels have a 3rd and goal from the 2. They ruled that run no gain for Hampton, so 3rd and goal from the 2. Stats through 3 quarters presented by Lenovo, global technology leader that has called North Carolina home since 2005. Visit Lenovo.com. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. Carolina dominating on the stat sheet. 376 yards to 142 for Duke. 7 of 13 on 3rd down, 3 of 8 for Duke. Carolina averaging 6.5 yards per play. Duke under 4, and yet the score is 19-14 because Carolina, in its 5 previous trips to the red zone, has had to kick 4 field goals, 1 touchdown. This is 3rd and goal from the 2. Heels will flip side of the field, so now they're going left to right into the east end zone. That's the one by the blue zone here in Chapel Hill. Maye's going to go under center. The lone back behind him is Hampton. He'll pitch it out to Hampton, left side. Hampton to the end zone for touchdown. 6 points for Hampton. Nesbitt paved the way. Hampton motors in for 6.
Yeah, Carolina, good play design, like what they call a counter flip. Makes it look like he's running strong side. He just goes weak side. They pull over the tight end to be the lead blocker, and then Hampton's just a race to the front power line.
Like that. A touchdown, Brian.
Yeah.
Feels like like the Oasis. We've been in the desert. Get a little water this time. 25-14. And Burnett able to add the extra point as well. So it is 26-14. Carolina by 12 with 14:55 to go in the 4th quarter. We're going to keep it here as Hampton gets his 13th touchdown of the season on the 2-yard run. The drive, 7 plays, 73 yards, 2:18 off the clock. Carolina has crossed the 25-point mark. That means Duke Energy contributes another $1,000 to the Duke Energy Share of the Light Fund as the Tar Heels light up the scoreboard. Duke Energy Share of the Light Fund brings together customers and communities to help individuals and families struggling to pay their energy bills. Learn more by visiting duke-energy.com. All our visits to the sideline brought to you by the Pinehurst Resort, home of the 2024 U.S. Open. History is made in Pinehurst, one moment at a time. 26-14, Carolina by 12. Largest lead of the game has been 13 for Carolina. And so, Brian, another big spot here for the Tar Heel defense.
Yeah, and they've done a good job the last couple series, so don't do anything different. Make sure you tackle well in the run game. They got guys at the spot. They're doing a good job of setting the wall. Now don't allow the running back to get those cheap yardage by pushing the pile, and they've done a good job of that in the last 3 series.
Jalen Stinson back to return this kickoff. Terry Moore, the normal return man, was the gentleman shaken up a moment ago, but it's going to be a touchback regardless. And so Duke will start on the 25-yard line with 14:55 to go. This is just the third possession of the second half for Duke. Blue Devils have run just 10 plays. Looked like they would have 2 3-and-outs. They faked a punt to extend their second drive, but had to kick it away for real a couple plays later.
Yeah, and you saw they faked the punt when they felt like they were in a desperate situation. So right now, Carolina, don't go to sleep for a deep ball.
Duke will stay on the ground, and they get good yardage, about 5 yards on first down. Jafari Ritzie makes the hit on Jaquez Moore, and there's a Duke player down. You could hear the Duke player, Graham Barton, scream in pain at the end of that play. You could hear it all the way up here, and he is grasping his already heavily fortified left knee. And the Duke trainers are quickly out to the veteran O-lineman. We're going to take a break. Barton in some pain on the field for Duke. Heels up 26-14, 14:48 to go. It'll be a 2nd and 5 for Duke when we return from Learfield.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
Graham Barton able to walk off the field under his own power. The first team All-ACC performer a year ago, preseason All-ACC choice this year. Hadn't played the last couple games, was in obvious pain, but was able to walk off after the first down run of 5 yards. Heels going for sacks, of course, and every sack's a sack to give back. Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need in Chapel Hill. Proud partner of Carolina football. Food Lion will donate up to 30,000 meals to our local food bank this season. So let's cheer on sacks to give back. Duke will have it 2nd and 5, moving from right to left here early fourth quarter. Tar Heels lead at 26-14. Loftus will snap it out of the shotgun, and he's going to throw it. A rare throw here for Duke. Trying one deep, and it is knocked away. Looking for Jordan Moore. Armani Chapman able to knock it free. Will Hardy was rotating over to help as well. So, Brian, Duke hasn't taken many shots, but they tried one there.
Yeah, and I expected that to come because the last couple of drives, they've shown that they can't methodically move the football down the field, and they're getting in a situation. You saw on that fourth down when they faked the punt, that was the desperate situation for them. So the same in terms of trying to move the football, I expected them to try to take a shot, to try to get a chunk, to get a drive going and get some points on the scoreboard.
2 receivers to either side of the formation for Duke. And Tar Heels bring pressure. Duke had the screen set up, but Loftus too tall on the toss, looking for Jaquez Moore in the flat. And that play was there.
Yeah, it was.
But the pass errant with pressure coming from Hardy off the edge. And Duke going to send out the punting unit.
Yeah, and Loftus looked like a true freshman on that one. He threw that one off his back foot. And he had no reason to. He should have just stepped into the throw and delivered it. But good job by Carolina. Well, luckily for Carolina, there was an errant throw by the quarterback.
So we'll see. Duke has already faked one punt here, and they are going to kick it away. Huzzy calls for the fair catch and makes it the 33, 34-yard line or so. So 3 possessions for Duke this half, and essentially 3 3-and-outs. Now, they technically run 13 plays, but the second drive involved the fake punt.
Yep.
So Carolina's defense has done a nice job. The offense has had the ball twice, a field goal and a touchdown, and they'll try to add to it. That was a 36-yard punt by Porter Wilson. Tar Heels will start on the 34-yard line, moving from left to right, ball in between the hash marks, 14:22 to go. That drive took just over 30 seconds off the clock. And the Tar Heels going to keep it on the ground, but Duke does a nice job. A rare time that Hampton has been taken down for a loss, as it is Aaron Hall, redshirt sophomore from Durham, that makes the hit for a loss of 1. Hampton came into this game with only 8 yards of lost yardage all season on the ground.
And he didn't have a chance because Lampkin got beat so quick off the snap.
Remember, Lampkin was shaken up near the end of that last drive. Is Maye going to throw? Dances out of the pocket, directing some traffic, And he is shoved hard into the sideline. Carolina wants a flag as Morris and Freeman, two linebackers, both get to May. The scramble gain is a 4 for Drake, and it will make it 3rd and 7. Ball on the near hash at the 37-yard line. Carolina leading 26-14. Clock at 13:22 and counting. Play clock at 10 as May looking to the sideline. 3 receivers to the open side of the field. That's the left. Tez Walker to the right. May will throw it on 3rd and 7. Looks down the near sideline. Tez Walker adjusts on the football but can't quite make the catch. Al Blades Jr. Good coverage on the play. And so for the first time tonight, Carolina has to punt as they only take a little more than a minute off the clock here early in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Tez had a step, and Drake Maye just has to throw it out there a little further. Tez had to slow down and wait for the football. If Drake can throw it out there and let Tez, with his speed, be able to run underneath it, you like his chances.
Jalen Calhoun back to receive the punt for Duke. Tom McGinnis, first time we have seen the Australian sophomore tonight. Duke looks like they're going to bring pressure on the kick. McGinnis gets it away. Short kick, end over end. Calhoun fields it at the 25 and able to scamper for a couple up that sideline. Duke will take over at the 30. 38-yard punt, about a 4 or 5 yard return for Calhoun. So Duke will have it again. 12:56 to go, fourth quarter in Chapel Hill. Still a 12-point game. Carolina 26, Duke 14 from Learfield. Twelve minutes and 56 seconds remain. That North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 26-14 Carolina. It's brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance, helping you is what they do best. If you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, you can download the new Varsity Network app, available on both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app, and you can sync up that coverage on the app. Also, there's the Go Heels app as well, where we're free to listen to if you can't be near one of our awesome radio affiliates, and you can sync up our coverage to the TV coverage in the comfort of your own home. For easy instructions, go to syncmygame.com. That's SYNC, mygame.com, and find out how. So Duke going to take over on its own 30, going from right to left, ball on the near hash. 12:56 to go in the fourth quarter. Carolina leading 26-14. Loftus going to throw. Pressure coming. Gets out of the first man, but the second, third, and fourth all taken down. Murphy, Rucker, Tamari Fox, Ritzy, all in the mix for Carolina.
Yeah, and I think it was Cedric Gray who started the party off right there, overtaking the running back, and he was the one that got the quarterback off his spot originally, and then everybody else just came to the party and got a piece of it.
So up front for Carolina, you've got Rucker, Fox, Ritzy, and Bo Atkinson. So I may have said Murphy right there. It was Ritzy with the first contact. As Loftus going to throw again, Carolina brings just 4, and the pass caught. It's going to be close to the first down, and the first down is made. First completion of the second half for Loftus goes to his tight end, Nicky Dalmolin, for a gain of 14 to the Duke 41. Blue Devils playing with some pace. Easy pitch and catch. There was nobody there defending on the play for Carolina. It's Dalmolin again, and he crosses the 50 to the Tar Heel 47-yard line.
Yeah, Huzzy has to squeeze that route. You can't allow that route just to end cut without squeezing and passing it to the next defender.
Loftus moving quickly, completes the pass, immediate tackle near the numbers far side by Gio Biggers, wrapping up Calhoun.
If I'm playing an offense that doesn't have really guys on the outside that can burn you, you don't have a quarterback who has a really strong arm and not very accurate, I'm going to play tight coverage and force him to have to make contested throws and see if he can do that with any kind of accuracy consistently.
Second and 5 right now, Brian. Duke has moved to the Tar Heel 42. 11-10 and counting, fourth quarter. Tar Heels have brought in Des Evans. He's one of 5 men who are at the line of scrimmage. But Duke going to run it with Waters. Gets through the initial line. Power Eccles catches him and stops him, but it's a first down on a gain of 6. So this feels like a big spot now. Duke has moved off its own 30 and a sack on first down back to the 27, but have since moved to the Carolina 36. Both teams have all 3 of their second half timeouts. Tar Heels leading 26-14 as the Blue Devils go right to left. Ball on the far hash at the 36-yard line. Tar Heels shift the line over to the left. Hagans comes in motion from right to left. Loftus going to throw. Goes deep over the middle. Caught inside the 20 and wrapped out of bounds is Jalen Calhoun. Duke has been trying to throw to Armani Chapman some tonight, and they get the completion there. And all of a sudden, Duke is at the 13-yard line.
Yeah, they're in business right now. They're being more aggressive with the passing game, and they're able to make some completions. Carolina coverage had a couple of miscommunications that allowed Duke to get going on this drive.
Duke nearly has 3 times more yards on this drive, 57, than it had the entire half, 21, before this drive. Loftus gets the shotgun snap off the 13. Hands to Waters. Waters gets to the outside. He's going to score. Carolina had a man there.
Yeah.
Biggers, but Waters just got by him, hit the Jets, and gets in the front left corner of the end zone.
Yeah, Biggers got right up to the line of scrimmage and just squatted on instead of attacking the ball runner. Don't wait for him to come to you. You go beat him to the spot. He was unblocked defender on that front, and that was his job, and that was his play to make in the run game, and Biggers just squatted on it and then allowed the running back just to run right past him.
So yet again, Carolina has a chance to throw the knockout punch and can't do it. Duke to try and add the extra point here to get within 5, and they do it at 26-21. So Duke with ease there. After Carolina gets the sack on first down, Duke gains 14 yards, 12 yards, 5 yards, 6 yards, 23 yards, and 13 yards for the touchdown. 7 plays, 70 yards, and it's back to a 1-score game. Carolina 26, Duke 21, 9:41 to go from Learfield. $9:41 to go, still a 1-score game. Carolina 26, Duke 21. Tonight's broadcast presented in part by Allen Tate Realtors. Whether you're buying, selling, relocating, or seeking financing or insurance, Allen Tate can help. Allen Tate Realtors, the #1 realtor in the Carolinas, with more than 70 local offices and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. So Brian Tar Heels led at 26-14 and forced the Duke 3-and-out, had decent starting field position at their own 34. But then for the first time tonight, Carolina goes 3-and-out. The first time all night they have to punt.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, I hate to say this, but it looked a little bit like Georgia Tech fourth quarter, where all of a sudden Carolina's defense couldn't get any kind of resistance. Duke goes down the field in 7 plays, 70 yards for the touchdown, and all of a sudden it's back to a ball game, 26-21.
Yeah, Carolina got the sack on the first down, but then after that they had 2 plays in a row where there was miscommunication on coverage, and then you allow Duke to make some plays, and then they got confidence, and then they just completed, and then they do an onside kick that they recovered.
And let's see, Duke has indeed recovered their onside kick. Kylan Walker recovers the onside kick. Or hold on, that is Paris Jones, or Peyton Jones. Normally wears number 10. He's wearing 21 tonight.
Running on the field, ball traveled 10 yards, recovered by the kicking team. First down.
And so Peyton Jones recovers the onside. So Duke has faked a punt. They have kicked an onside. They are picking every trick they have. And now they have the football with 9:40 to go. You're going to add a second, 9:41. And Duke's going to have the football at their own 46-yard line.
Yeah, and that's 3 plays on special teams that Duke has made that Carolina has given up that's really critical in this ball game right now.
So Duke starting on its own 46-yard line after the onside. That is the first onside for Duke this year. The second successful onside for a Tar Heel opponent this season. Now the officials are still blocking the snap. Of course, a lot has to happen.
All right. Please reset the game clock to 9 minutes and 40 seconds, please. 9:40.
Now they're going to put the clock.
Should have come off the clock.
Now they are putting the clock back to 9:40, but it does not look like they're reviewing this in any way.
No.
And so it is going to be a successful onside for Duke. Now the Tar Heel defense has to stand tall. It'll be a first down run for just a couple. Some pushing and shoving after the play. A gain of 3 on the run to the 49.
Yeah, if you're Carolina, you can't get caught up in any silliness. You can't afford to give up a 15-yard penalty. Whatever Duke get, make them go the hard way and get it.
Loftus will be in the shotgun. The man who just had the carry, Jalen Coleman, to his right. Tight end on the right side of the line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. And Loftus keeps it on the ground with Coleman pushing the pile to Tar Heel territory at the 46. Gain of 5. It'll bring up third down. Huzzy with the stop. Miles Murphy is back for Carolina after missing some time. He's part of that front 4 along with Evans, Hester, and Rucker. Gray and Eccles, the linebackers. Huzzy at the star. Chapman and Biggers at safety. Allen and Armani Chapman at the corner. 3rd and 2 for Duke on the Carolina 46 after the onside. Duke sends a man in motion. Wraps him back to the right side. They keep it on the ground, and they have the first down. Coleman, right side, gets bent back and down at about the 36 by Don Chapman. But it is a gain of 10 and a first down.
Yeah, right now Duke is operating with a lot of confidence on offense. They're able to run the football. They're able to complete passes in the passing game. Carolina has to make a big play to kind of stop this momentum that Duke has going on the offensive side of the ball right now.
Have to figure they're in 4-down territory the rest of the game as well, even though it's just a 5-point game. Duke clearly, with the way they've approached this, fake punts, onsides, they're doing everything they can to try and win this one.
Yeah, they've been very aggressive.
Loftus fumbles the snap a bit, recovers, and he's going to try one deep down the near sideline. And
that should be an offensive pass interference also.
It looked like Huzzy had a chance at the interception, but was grabbed by Coleman, and there's a flag back at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a hold on Duke. Looked like Huzzy had a chance for a pick, and Coleman just grabbed him.
It's a 10-yard penalty, still first down.
As it is, there will be a hold on Graham Barton, who's back in, and moved the ball back to the 46-yard line. So it's 1st and 20 now, 7:32 to go in the fourth quarter. Duke was down 26-14, scored a touchdown, onside kick, has it back. They've moved off their own 46 to the Tar Heel 46, but they do have a first down. It's 1st and 20 after the penalty.
Yeah, that's the play you needed for Carolina now. Don't let Duke off the hook. Don't give them anything cheap. You got an opportunity right now to keep pushing them back, to force them into a punting situation.
Jaquez Moore, the running back in the backfield with Loftus. 3 receivers in the formation for Duke. Loftus will throw. He's going to again sling it down the near side, and again incomplete. Huzzy defending on the play against Makai Wall, a redshirt freshman for Duke. So it's 2nd and 20 from the 46.
Yeah, good job by Cedric Gray over on the Duke sideline. They try to run Waters, well, I think it was Moore, on a wheel route out of the backfield, and Cedric Gray did an outstanding job of matching that.
Clock stops on the incompletion, 7:26 to go. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. 26-21 Carolina. 2nd and 20 for the Blue Devils, snapping it off the Tar Heel 46-yard line. Carolina will rush just 4. The pass is complete over the middle to Coleman, takes a big shot. Chapman and Huzzy combine, but it is a gain of 12. It'll bring up 3rd and 8. Coleman's 5th catch of the night for 57 yards. He now has 239 career receptions for Duke. Came in 4th all time in their history. 3rd and 8 for the Blue Devils off the Carolina 34. Have to think this is 4-down territory for Duke. Again, Carolina will rush just 4. The pass is caught on the far sideline. I don't think it's enough for the first down. Calhoun going to be
about a half yard
just short.
Yeah.
At the 27-yard line. It'll be a yard shy for Duke. Duke keeping the offense on the field. 4th and a yard. Loftus in the shotgun. Waters to his left. He'll get the snap. Hand it off. Waters has the first down. Inside the 25 to the 23. So from 2nd and 20, Duke gets the first down.
Yeah.
And there's an injured Tar Heel as well.
Timeout. Player injury. Defense.
It is Rucker, Kamen Rucker, who is down for the Tar Heels. And will send us to a full timeout. So Duke doing everything it possibly can. Fake punts, onside kicks, 4th down conversions. They are within 5 with the football. 5:53 to go. 26-21 Carolina, but Duke closing in on the red zone from Learfield. Just 5 minutes and 53 seconds left. Duke trails Carolina. Tar Heels lead at 26-21, but Duke has it 1st and 10 at the Tar Heel 23. Due to that onside kick, Duke has held the ball for the last 7 minutes and 3 seconds of the ball game. The first 3 drives of this half for Duke, they ran 13 plays. They've run 14 plays on these last 2 drives. A 7-play, 70-yard touchdown drive, and then after the onside kick, they've run 7 plays to get off their own 46 to the Tar Heel 23, including converting a 4th and about 1, maybe 2, on its last drive or on its last play. The Tar Heels have been out there a long time defensively and starting to run out of real estate to defend as Duke, down 5, has the football. Ball on the far hash as Duke goes right to left. With Rucker shaken up, Evans, Ritzy, Fox, and Amari Gaynor, the 4-down linemen for the Tar Heels. Crowd trying to make some noise, help out this defense. Tar Heels have not forced a turnover tonight. They'd love one here. Clock rolling as Loftus will hand off. Again, popping to the near side. That's Waters, turns the corner, and Duke has the lead. Second consecutive drive that Waters has been able to wrap around the left side of the line, and the Tar Heels just play it poorly. This time it's Chapman, Armani Chapman, who came in too aggressively at a poor angle and gives up the 23-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, and he just did the same thing that Biggins did on the last run, and it wasn't too aggressive. It wasn't aggressive enough. You get to the line of scrimmage, then you just start patting your feet. No, go attack the running back behind the line of scrimmage. Don't give it. Anytime you give a good running back space, that's what they want. You're going to be at the mercy of the running back. Go attack the space.
Duke's going to go for 2 to try to go up 3. It's now 27-26. Duke 1 for 1 on 2-point tries this year. Loftus, plenty of time to throw, completes it short of the end zone, but Calhoun gets in. Caught it at the 1 and gets in for 2. So this entire fourth quarter, the Tar Heels have just been absolutely outflanked by the Blue Devils. 2 touchdown runs in which the Tar Heels missed tackles, an onside kick, a 2-point play. And remember, earlier this quarter, the Tar Heels had the lead by 12 and the football. And now they're down by 3 with 5:21 to go. After Duke goes 8 plays, 54 yards in 4:19. Waters, the final 23 for his second touchdown of the day. He's now closing in at 100 yards. He's at 95 with 2 touchdowns as well. And remember, the Tar Heels lost a double-digit fourth-quarter lead at Georgia Tech. They lost a double-digit third-quarter lead against Virginia. And now they have lost a double-digit fourth-quarter lead against Duke. Carolina's been outscored 15-0 this quarter. That means they have been outscored 71-47 in the fourth quarter this season. Stations, we owe you an ID break. We're going to do it after this kickoff, as the Tar Heels now trail it 29-26. And it doesn't feel good right now. Carolina's got to make something happen, as the kickoff will be a touchback. And we'll break 10 seconds. Station identification down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network. So Duke has had the football for the last 7+ minutes of this quarter. Tar Heels getting the ball for the first time in a long time, and now they do it trailing 29-26 against a very stout Duke defense. Carolina swings it out to Hampton on the first play, and Duke is immediately there. Stinson takes him down for a loss. It'll be 2nd and 13. As Hampton chopped down immediately at the 22. Both teams have all 3 timeouts.
Yeah, and that's obviously not the way you want to start your drive. Right now, Carolina, don't worry about tempo. You got to make sure that you get the right people touches.
Maye looking for Walker down the near sideline. Cradles it in at the Duke 35. Got his feet down and then out of bounds. Tar Heels will have it on the Duke side of the 50.
Yeah, great job of flipping the field right there, going to your speed receiver. That's been open a couple times. But Drake hasn't been able to put it out there at that time. He was able to put it out there and allow Tej Walker to run underneath it.
43-yard catch as
Willing on the field, catch, inbounds. The previous play is under further review.
What are we?
So the officials are going to review this. I didn't think there was any question.
No, me either.
As to whether or not Walker caught it inbounds. But it is another trip under the hood presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Take your Tar Heel tailgate to the next level with a new Honda. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today.
I mean, he caught the ball and took 2 steps in before he ran out of bounds. My first question is, why he run out of bounds?
Yeah. They might be looking. Did Walker maybe step out of bounds before he came back inbounds?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he was even close.
I mean, I just don't think there's any question as to whether or not he caught it in bounds. Remus Kozika, the replay official tonight. 4:40 to go. Duke has scored 15 straight points thanks to an onside kick that kept them with possession for more than 7 minutes.
Nope.
Tar Heels think they have it at the Duke 35 with 3 timeouts and 4:40 to go, down 3. If it stands, it's 6 catches, 155 yards tonight for Walker.
After further review, the receiver did not step out of bounds, made the catch, first down.
So, that's what they were looking for, was to see if Walker had stepped out before rejoining the field and making the catch. So, Tar Heels have it at the Duke 35. Down 3, though, 29-26. Clock begins on the ready for play, which Jeff Flanagan has provided. Pressure coming off the edge on Maye's throw. Steps out of it, goes to the end zone, diving catch. Incomplete. No, Walker couldn't hold on. Defended tightly by Brandon Johnson. Walker made the diving effort about a yard into the end zone. Had his hands on it, but as he went down, it popped out.
A lot of contact, too, with the offhand.
2nd and 10 from the 35. 3 receivers spread out to the left for Carolina. Now Nesbitt comes in motion. They'll run it with Hampton. Hampton pushing the pile close to the 30-yard line. Dwayne Carter, among others, with the stop. It'll be a gain of 4 and bring up 3rd and 6 for Carolina. Tar Heels 8 of 15 on 3rd down tonight. Need the 25 for the first down.
Yeah, don't have to get it all here. I think you're in 4-down territory, so too far to try to field goal attempt.
Clock moving, 3:53 and counting, 4th quarter. Duke has scored 15 points this quarter to lead it 29-26. Ball on the near hash as the Heels go left to right. 3 receivers to the left. Walker back in alone to the right. Pressure coming. Maye steps out of it. Maye on the open field. Angling to the left side is tripped up, but he does have the first down. Trey Freeman able to trip him up from behind and save a bigger play, but big enough to keep the drive going as Maye has the first. Carolina going quickly. Pressure again off the edge. Maye avoids it again. He's just going to sling it deep to the end zone. Here comes the flag. Tez Walker, the intended receiver. It's going to be a defensive hold, I believe, on Duke.
Holding.
Yep.
Defense, number 0. Penner's 10 yards. He carries an automatic first down.
That'll move the ball to the 15-yard line. So the Tar Heels in the red zone again for the 7th time tonight. They have 4 field goals and 2 touchdowns on the previous 6 trips. 3:08 on the clock. Ball on the far hash at the 15. Both teams with all 3 timeouts. Duke 29, Carolina 26. Hampton standing to the right of Maye. It's a quick hitter to McCollum. McCollum got nowhere to go. He loses some yards. Back to the 19-yard line. Brandon Johnson, first contact. Wesley Williams comes to help finish it up, and there's another Duke player down.
Timeout. Player injury. Defense.
I believe it is Wesley Williams.
Clock will start.
Shaken up on the play. 2:52 on the clock. That play lost 4. Back to the 19. So Carolina led this game 26-14 and had the ball early this quarter, but went 3 and out. Duke then, after being completely impotent offensively this half, goes 7 plays and 70 yards for the touchdown. Then a surprise onside kick, which Duke recovers. They go 8 plays, 54 yards, and a touchdown, plus get the 2 to lead it 29-26. 2:52 to go. Carolina has it 2nd and 14 at the Blue Devil 19-yard line. Hampton, 141 yards rushing on 25 carries and a touchdown. Walker has 155 yards receiving, a season high, 4 off his career high on 6 catches. Maye, 21 of 33, 262 yards, but no touchdowns and a crucial interception back in the first half, which set up Duke for a short field, which the Blue Devils eventually scored. Looks like we're ready to go. 2:52 to play. Duke 29, Carolina 26. It is 2nd and 14 for the Tar Heels on the 19-yard line. So a first down could be achieved at the 5. Each team with all 3 timeouts. Still Hampton in there to the right of Maye. 2 receivers to either side of the formation. And it's an incomplete pass on the shovel pass to Hampton. He couldn't grab it cleanly, and it's 3rd down. That will also stop the clock. 2:42 to go. So we'll probably find out here if the Tar Heels, what their plan is Do you try and get it, or do you just try to get some of it and go for it on 4th down? A field goal would tie it at this point. Maye, pump fake to the left. Now he lets it go and caught. Well, now Duke says they've wrestled it away. Who has the football? Duke says it's a pick. Carolina thinks it caught it. Nesbitt's the Tar Heel involved. Duke comes out of there with the ball, but the officials are talking about it. Nesbitt, the intended receiver.
Running on the field is a catch, and the runner was down, 1st down.
So, it'll be 1st and goal at the 5. As Nesbitt caught it in heavy traffic. Mike Elko arguing on the field. Duke still had the football. Carolina's trying to snap it, but they didn't have a ball. They're going to move it to the 4. So 1st and goal from the 4.
And that's a good job by Nesbitt by being just big and tall and athletic. You got to give your guys opportunities.
Handoff to Hampton and no gain. Michael Reese with the stop. Actually lost a yard back to the 5. So 2nd and goal from the 5. Clock moving. 2:12 and counting. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. It's a 3-point Duke lead. 29-26.
Everybody up out of line of scrimmage.
He'll send a man in motion. Maye going to throw it. Dumps it off. Touchdown, but a flag comes in. Copenhaver with the catch. But a flag down.
Holding. Offense number 53. The 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's the 2nd touchdown today for Carolina, wiped off by a penalty. Lampkin called for the hold. So now it's 2nd and goal from the 15. 1:59 to go. Still everybody with 3 timeouts. 3 receivers to the open side of the field. Carolina makes a switch. McCollum off, Nesbitt in for the 10th play of the drive. Duke will answer the sub. Play clock down to 7. Ball on the far hash as the Heels go left to right. Maye to throw on 2nd and goal from the 15. Looking for Nesbitt and makes the catch! Touchdown, Carolina! Nesbitt falling back in the back right corner. A flag down on the play.
And that's why you go and recruit a 6'5", 240-pound tight end that play basketball. You give them opportunities to go get the jump ball.
Defense number 3. Penalties decline. Result for plays a touchdown.
1:55 to go. The pass interference on Johnson declined. 32-29. Well, the Heels made that late sub, and aren't we glad they did? Now, this is an important extra point here for Burnett to try to make it a 4-point game. 1:55 to go. Snap back, spot down. Extra point is good. So it is a 4-point game at 33-29. Duke has all 3 timeouts and 1:55 to go.
And big-time drive by Drake Maye in that offense. You talked about Drake Maye not having a touchdown pass the whole game, but when his offense and his team needed it, he came through and hooked up with Nesbitt to put Carolina up front.
Let's check in with Lee on the sideline. Lee.
Brandon Johnson has been mouthing off here on the Tar Heel sideline a couple of times. Got into a shouting match with associate to Mac Brown, Sparky Woods. He's been mouthing the whole game, talking to the crowd, talking to the players. Poetic justice that they were able to score what will be the go-ahead touchdown, at least for right now, on Brandon Johnson here in the right corner of the end zone.
Well, what a wild drive, including that play where didn't know if Nesbitt caught it. Duke thought it had an interception. Nesbitt now with 6 catches, 54 yards, including 2 huge ones on that drive. And now that Tar Heel defense, which has given up back-to-back touchdowns. Carolina needs 1 stop. Plenty of time, 1:55 and 3 timeouts. It's just a matter of can you get the stop or not. Liam Boyd will start it with the kickoff. And it will be a touchback. Duke, last 2 drives have gone 15 plays, a total of 124 yards and 2 touchdowns. So it's going to come down to the Tar Heel defense.
Keeping everything in front and tackling well. You do those 2 things, it's going to be hard-pressed for Duke to go to yard with 1:55 left. Keep everything in front of you in the passing game, tackle the catch, and in the run game, the unblocked defender has to make the tackle.
Duke empties out the backfield, so they're going to have 5 wide for this first down play. Carolina rushes just 4, and the throw slips through the hands of the intended receiver, Hagens, at the 30-yard line, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Tar Heels will bring in some subs, so up front, they're going to have Evans, Fox, Gaynor, Rucker, Eccles, and Gray. Corners are Allen and Chapman, Nicholas Huzzy, Biggers, and Don Chapman, the safeties. 33-29. Carolina with the 4-point lead, 1:50 to go. Duke 2nd and 10 on its own 25, going right to left on the far half. Tar Heels creeping up, pressure at the line. They bring it. Loftus with pressure in his face. The throw is incomplete. Looking for more, defended by Huzzy, may have been Allen.
It was Allen.
And Chapman as well. 3rd and 10. Duke hustling up to the line. Has the bunch to the left side. They've snapped it on 3rd down. The throw is caught. First down, Duke. Jordan Moore makes the catch for a gain of 11. Again, Duke has all 3 timeouts, as does Carolina. 1:35 to go. Heels will rush just 3 this time on Loftus, so he has time to throw. Now he rolls out to the right and dumps it down the sideline for the first down to Coleman, the running back, who falls out of bounds. That'll keep the clock stopped until the next snap, as we're under 2 minutes. Made the catch at the 47, a gain of 11.
Yeah, if I'm Carolina, I don't drop 8. I let my 4 rush. Force the quarterback to have to make those under distress. Don't allow him 3-man rush. They can get that block.
3 receivers to the left side. That's the open side of the field for Duke. A tight end on the right side of the line. They'll motion the running back out. Nobody for Carolin now. They get somebody over there, but here's a flag in as there was some movement up front. Officials talking about it, about who moved first.
Yeah, the false start on the left tackle wasn't even close.
Offside. Defense, number 25. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That moves the ball into Tar Heel territory. Now all of a sudden the ball's at the Carolina 48-yard line. So Rucker called for the offside.
Yeah, he moved, but he didn't go in the neutral zone. It didn't look like.
So it'll be 1st and 5. Grayson Loftus, the true freshman, trying to direct a game-winning drive for Duke. Tar Heels up 33-29. Duke will run it, and they get the first down, and still going, churning over the 35. Waters kept the play going and got, as Fox eventually is shaken up on the play, ended up getting a good 15 yards on the run.
Clock will start on my signal.
So this Tar Heel defense has given up back-to-back touchdowns, trying to get off the field. But Duke has it 1st and 10 in the Carolina 33. The Blue Devils have converted a 3rd and 10. And since then, have been able to quickly move the first down conversion on the 3rd and 10. Got them to the Duke 36. They've gone from there to the 47, a penalty to the Carolina 48, and now a run to the Tar Heel 33. Tamari Fox still down. Clock at 1:21. There are 3 timeouts for each side. (33-29). Duke scored 15 straight points this quarter thanks to an onside kick to take the lead for just the second time tonight. Carolina answered with a 10-play, 75-yard touchdown drive. And now Duke has it at the Carolina 33. And the Tar Heel defense hadn't gotten a stop in a while. Loftus with one receiver to the right, a bunch set of 3 to the left. This is 1st and 10. Duke going to run it with Waters, and he gets about 3. Javari Ritzie with the hit. Clock down to 1 minute right now. 2nd and 7. Carolina, a little late to get organized, and Loftus throws it incomplete down the far sideline. Nice effort. That was closer than I thought it was. Nice effort by Jordan Moore, but incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 7. 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, Carolina, you have struggled in this quarter, but you have a great opportunity to make amends for it right now. You got to make a play. You got 2 downs to win the football game for your team.
33-29. Each team with 3 timeouts. Play clock down to 10. 4 receivers in the formation for Duke. Carolina going to bring some extra pressure. Loftus throw, knocked down, incomplete. Huzzy reached out and poked it away. It'll be 4th down. Fourth and 7. Duke at the 30-yard line of the Tar Heels on the far hash going right to left. 33-29. Blue Devils have converted 2 4th downs tonight. Loftus will be in the shotgun. 4th down with 46 seconds to go, and a timeout is called. Carolina takes the timeout. The first by either side this half.
First timeout. Timeout will be 30
So with 46 seconds to go, both teams will gather near their sidelines and figure out their strategy for the biggest play of the ball game. If Carolina gets the stop, Duke still has 3 timeouts. So the Tar Heels would likely still need a 1st down to end the ball game. But they've got to get the stop first. This will be the 9th play of the drive. 46 seconds to go. 33-29 Carolina. Again, the ball at the Tar Heel 30 on the far hash as Duke goes right to left. Both teams still huddling near their sidelines. Duke breaks the huddle. Now the Tar Heels do as well.
It'll be interesting to see if Carolina brings pressure. They have been aggressive.
Got a lot of DBs on the field. Front 4 will be Rucker, Fox, Armani Chapman, and Power Eccles. Amari Gaynor and Eccles. 4th and 7. The shotgun snap. Carolina brings pressure. Oh my gosh, wide open touchdown Duke. Marcus Allen got burned on the double move by Jordan Moore for 6.
Wow.
41 seconds to go. Duke on top. Allen was completely left in the dust.
Yeah. That's the study and go, and that's if you give up a catch, give it up in front of you, tackle the catch. Understand that's just the 1st down. Worst case scenario, they pick up the first down, you tackle the catch.
So it is now 35-33. Big extra point to make it a 3-point game, and Duke does it. 41 seconds to go. Grayson Loftus, in just his second career start, leads Duke down the field. He is now 13 of 25, 173 yards and 2 touchdowns. The last one caps the 9-play, 75-yard drive, 1:14 off the clock. And Duke on 4th down converts for the 3rd time this game on 4th down. That was a 4th and 7. And they get 30 yards for the touchdown. Now, Carolina still has 2 timeouts and 41 seconds on the clock. Needing 3 to tie, a touchdown to win.
All right, we got like
Boy, the Tar Heel defense got it to 4th and long. And just make a mistake on the edge. Carolina brought pressure. Loftus got it out of his hand right before it got there. And unfortunately for the Heels, they were not in position at the corner spot. It will be a touchback. And Carolina has 41 seconds and 2 timeouts. Tar Heels have won 4 straight in this series, 2 of the 4 with last-second victories. The Surratt interception back in 2019 on the pop pass, and then Maye to Antoine Green with 16 seconds left last year. Still 41 seconds and 2 timeouts for Carolina. Do the Heels have one more magical drive in them? Maye will throw it as you would expect. Steps up, throws it down the far sideline, and here comes a flag as he was trying to find Nesbitt. There was a lot of contact there. Clock stops at 35 seconds.
pass interference, defense number 3. Ball be placed at the spot of the foul. First down.
It's Brandon Johnson again. That's a spot foul because it was not 15 yards down the field, but it is still ends up being to the 38-yard line. Ends up being a 13-yard penalty. 35 seconds to go. Heels 2 timeouts, down 36-33. Ball on the far hash as they go left to right. Maye to throw. Hit as he does so, and that causes his throw to come up short as he was looking down the field for McCollum. Clock stops, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, the ability to pass protect becomes a premier right now because you have to get routes downfield, and your O-line has to be able to stay in there and protect Maye.
Second down and 10. Ball at the far hash, 30 seconds to play. Heels with 2 timeouts, down 3. Maye rolling out to the right side. He's going to dump it off short, trying to get out of bounds, and doing so around the 45, maybe the 44 is Hampton. It's a gain of 6, 22 seconds to go. This is a third down now for Carolina. Third and about 5 or 6. Excuse me, about 4 or 5. The ball marked between the 43 and the 44. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Duke rushes just 3. Heels dump it off to Hampton, has the first down, crosses the 50, and the clock will stop. Carolina's going to take a timeout with 16 seconds to go as they get to the Duke 46.
North Carolina, 30-second time.
So, Tar Heels still have a timeout remaining. And now with 16 seconds left, Brian, what, 3 plays?
3 plays, I'm thinking. Yeah,
and now
3
field goal ties it. Don't forget,
Yep.
Tar Heels are down 3 here. Noah Burnett's season and career long is a 48-yarder, so that means Carolina would need right around the 31 or so to get him to match that. Made that 48-yarder earlier this year at Pitt.
Yeah, and ideally, Jones, you want to try to get in the field goal range on play 2. And then depending on the clock, you may be able to squeeze 4 plays if you hit it quick, but most likely 3 plays. So you want to try to get a decent chunk here. You want to get really close to field goal range, and then from there take a shot to end zone.
May, a lot of time to throw. Over the middle is Tez Walker. Walker trying to get to the far sideline, and he jumps out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Chandler Rivers helps him out. Just 9 seconds left now, as it'll be marked at the 39, a gain of 7. Tar Heels still have that timeout.
Sorry, Jones, but that took 7 seconds, so obviously you can't afford to do that. Now you have the whole field. Obviously, use your timeout and then bring the field goal team out, because I think now that's what you're playing for.
36-33 Duke. 9 seconds to go. May, quick hitter, Nesbitt inside the 30, fights to the 26, and Carolina will take that timeout. And so it comes down to Noah Burnett.
North Carolina, third, final choice timeout.
They're going to mark it at the 25. So this will be around a 42-yarder for Burnett.
Yeah.
Burnett has had a very, very good day and a good season. 4 for 4 today. 16 of 17 on the year. Of course, had a very big miss last season in overtime against NC State. He'd love to tie this one up. It will officially be a 43-yarder.
And there's no breeze, and so far tonight you could tell on kickoffs the ball has been coming off the foot of the kickers really well. So if he gets it, the thing is you just try not to overkick it. Just use your technique, keep your head down.
Between the hashes, shading a little bit to the right, and Duke's going to take a timeout.
Timeout.
To try to make Burnett think about it a little bit.
First, charge timeout. Timeout will be 30 seconds.
So again, this is 43 yards between the hashes, but shading to the right side for Noah Burnett. 36-33. Duke has scored 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, including one with 41 seconds remaining on 4th down from 30 yards out, to have a 3-point lead with 3 seconds to go. Burnett trying to send a Carolina Duke game to overtime for just the second time. Back set up and ready to go. Burnett from 43 yards to try and tie it. Snap back, spot down. Burnett's kick is up, and it is good! It's good! Burnett ties the game! We're going to overtime! Burnett steps up in a big way. Gets it just inside the right upright for the game tire. We're going to take a break, come back, be ready for overtime after this. 36-all from Learfield. During that commercial break, Carolina wins the toss and elects to play defense first. Duke will have the football going from left to right at the 25-yard line. It's the second time this year Carolina's gone to overtime. Tar Heels beat App State earlier this season. First time Duke has gone to overtime this season. It is the second time a Carolina-Duke game has gone to overtime. Tar Heels beat Duke 20-14 in 2007 to win in overtime that year. A reminder, each team will get a possession at the 25 in the first overtime, as Loftus is in the shotgun and ready to go for the first snap of the extra period. Duke's going to run a reverse coming to the near side. is Jordan Moore, and the Tar Heels eventually stretch it out and throw him out. Don Chapman able to sling him out of bounds back at the 28, maybe the 29. I'm not so sure Jordan Moore didn't want to throw that.
It looked like he attempted to.
On the reverse, but ends up tucking it and losing 4.
Because if you look at the offensive lineman, Jones, none of them went downfield. They all stayed at the line of scrimmage running lateral.
If it goes to a second overtime, each team has to go for 2, and then you get the 2-point plays in the third extra period.
That's a big play on first down for the Carolina defense, being disciplined, staying home on the backside.
It is 2nd and 14. A lot of time for Loftus. Completes it in the flat, but an immediate tackle and a good one in the open field by Cedric Gray, taking down Jalen Coleman for no gain. It is 3rd and 14. Duke 5 of 13 on 3rd down.
And we've been here before at Carolina. You got to get off the field. And not only that, now you force Duke to have to think about going for it on 4th or kicking a very long field goal. It'll be an interesting choice if Carolina can hold serve here on 3rd down.
Overtime in Chapel Hill. Loftus on 3rd and 14 in the shotgun. And he'll keep it on the ground with Coleman. A flag comes in. I think that's a hold.
Yeah, Will.
Will Hardy came in and made the tackle. But I think there may have been a hold on the edge for Duke. Let's find out. Don't want to early call it, of course. It is a hold on the Blue Devils.
That's a big call.
Holding offense number 62. It's a 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
It's on Graham Barton. So that will move the ball back to the Carolina 39 and makes it 3rd and 24 now for Duke.
Now Carolina, defensively, you have to understand the situation. Now Duke, they're in the 4-down territory, so you can't be too soft and give them too much on 3rd down, understanding that they will go for it on 4th down because it is overtime.
Play clock down to 10 as Loftus just now gets in the shotgun. Tar Heels playing well off any receiver and only going to rush 3. And pressure gets to Loftus. He has to step up and scramble, and he stumbles down around the 32 or the 33-yard line, and Duke will send out the kicker, Todd Polino, to try and get a field goal on the board.
Yeah, that was another missed opportunity. Carolina had guys there, could have got him down.
This is going to be a 50-yard attempt for Polino. He made a 52-yarder earlier this year. In fact, he's 2 of 2 of 50 yards plus. This is off the left hash from 50 yards away in overtime. The kick is up, and it is good. Polino with plenty of leg gives Duke 3 points.
And that was good off his foot. That was a good kick.
So it's 39-36. As Duke gets 3, and now the Tar Heel offense will head on the field. A touchdown to win, a field goal will tie. Polino 3 for 3 of 50-plus this year. That was a bomb off his foot.
Yeah, and it was smooth and easy also.
Maye in the shotgun, Hampton to his left. Carolina will have it on the near hash at the 25. Still going left to right. Little inside handoff to Hampton. Pushes the pile forward for 3, maybe 4. Nick Morris with the tackle for Duke. It'll be 2nd and 6 at the 21-yard line. Overtime in Chapel Hill. Maye under center, fakes the end around, dumps it off in the flat near side, 15-10, and shoved out of bounds. Inside the 10 is Hampton. Pushed out at the 8 by Trey Freeman. Tar Heels 1st and goal at the 8, a touchdown wins it. Ball on the near hash. 39-36 Duke in overtime.
And I like that. Keep. And I like in the passing game, moving the pocket with Drake Maye.
Maye going under center again. Quick pitch to the near side, Hampton. Hampton at the 5. Hampton down inside the 5 to about the 3. It will be 2nd and goal from the 3. Maye will be in the shotgun this time. Hampton to his right. 2nd and goal from the 3. Duke up 3 in overtime. Nesbitt goes in motion. Maye going to pull it away from Hampton. Maye tried to stiff arm but couldn't get away in the backfield from Jeremiah Lewis. And Maye dropped down at the 6. 3rd and goal from the 6.
I'm not sure if that was a design quarterback run or was Maye looking to pass the football.
Lewis, the graduate, he started his career at Duke, went to Northwestern, came back to Duke.
Yeah,
Got
I think
a big
here
stop
you
there.
take a shot in the end zone, see if you can score a touchdown. Obviously, in the field goal range.
Going to go under center, Bryant. Sends Nesbitt in motion. 3rd and goal from the 6 in overtime. Maye looking to throw, goes to the end zone. Just incomplete. It slipped through the hands of a diving McCollum in the front right corner. That was a catchable ball. And now Burnett to try and tie the game. So Carolina gets it to the 3-yard line, but ends up having to settle for a field goal attempt. This is an 18-yarder, or excuse me, a 23-yarder off the right hash. Snap back, spot down, kick is up, and it is good again. And we'll go to the 2nd overtime. Now Carolina's going to have the football first. And remember, you have to go for 2 if you score a touchdown.
No, missed opportunity on that. I think McCollum definitely could have made the catch, and I think Drake could have put it on him a little better. But between the two, that one has to be made. That play has to be made to seal the game.
So the two teams will flip the side of the field. And Carolina's going to get the football first this time. Tar Heels had it 2nd and goal at the 3, needing a touchdown to win. Maye gets taken down after he pulled it away from Hampton, rolling out to the right. Jeremiah Lewis takes him down at the 6, and then an incomplete pass on 3rd down. McCollum was open, but Maye and McCollum could not connect. So we go to the 2nd overtime period. Maye, 28 of 43, 342 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Hampton has 149 yards, 7 catches, 162 yards for Walker. Duke, Waters, 113 yards and 2 touchdowns. Loftus, 173 yards passing and 2 scores. 2 touchdowns for Jordan Moore through the air as well. Carolina went to double overtime earlier this year and beat Appalachian. Also won a double overtime game many years ago in the Music City Bowl against Tennessee back in 2010. So now, going right to left, Carolina will get the football first, starting back again at the 25-yard line. It is a handoff to Hampton. Hampton crosses the 20, gets to the 19 before forward progress is stopped. It'll be 2nd and 4.
It's good, hard running by Hampton on 1st down. Pick up a 6, you'll take that all day.
Maye in the shotgun, Hampton to his right. Morales comes in motion from left to right. He'll set up as a wing on the right side of the line. Carolina going to Hampton again. Has the 1st down over the 15 to the 13. Trey Freeman with the stop. Hampton now up to 161 yards. 2nd overtime in Chapel Hill. Game tied at 39. Both teams kicked a field goal in the first overtime period. The snap a little low. May gets it. Hand off to Hampton. Hampton inside the 10, inside the 5. It'll be 2nd and 2 from the 5-yard line. Freeman with the stop. Ball a football's length inside the 5-yard line. 2nd and 2 in the second overtime. First possession of the overtime period. Morales sets up as a wing on the right side of the line again. In fact, Tar Heels have 2 tight ends over there. Everybody tight to the line for Duke defensively. May going to sprint out to the right side. Cuts up. May to the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Just a quarterback sweep. You got Hampton out front leading as the lead blocker. And then Drake Maye is able to finish it with his athleticism and then his toughness right there, not to go down, to keep pushing the pile and stretch it across the goal line to pick up, hopefully, the game-winning touchdown, even though we got a little defense to play.
Tar Heels have to go for 2 as well. Those are the rules in the second overtime. So it's 45-39. Carolina is going to send out Morales, British Brooks, and Amarian Hampton. They're in a bunch set at the numbers, far side on the right. Copenhaver slot right, Nesbitt to the left. May alone in the shotgun. So a unique formation here for Carolina for this 2-point try. Shotgun snap to May. Pump fake to the right. May's going to try and pass it, and he does so. 2 points. Back line. Copenhaver for 2. He pump faked to the right, moved to the middle of the line, and found Copenhaver for the score.
Yeah, and they spread it out, and that was a design quarterback draw. But Drake Maye saw it, and Copenhaver was wide open in the back of the end zone. Great job by Drake Maye, just having the awareness, always keeping the play alive. Understanding, too, that this is 2-point conversion. Let's keep it alive as long as not just throw it up. I'm going to stay alive as long as possible, and then I'll throw it up.
Going to Duke's possession in the second overtime. Let's check in with Lee.
After regulation, Jones Marcus Allen was disconsolate on the Carolina bench. Team chaplain Mitch Mason came over, put his arm around his left shoulder. Don Chapman had his arm around his right shoulder. Charlton Warden was in his face, just talking very businesslike to him, said, son, you got to get ready. You may have to come out and play some more defense. He did well in that first series. Let's see if Duke tries to make another play to number 29 here in overtime.
And Lee, it comes down to this in the second overtime. Carolina 47, Duke 39. Duke needs a touchdown and a 2. Of course, they're playing with 4 downs. Moore goes in motion from left to right. Duke going to keep it on the ground with Jalen Coleman. Des Evans, first man to catch him, slows him up after a gain of 4.
Yeah, Carolina, you can come out here on defense and be relaxed. You want to stop, but understanding I can't lose the football game right now. All Duke can do is tie the game up. So I can't lose the football game. Just be relaxed, make a play, one play at a time. You don't have to win the game with one play. Just stack good plays right here.
Formation we've seen a lot for Duke. A bunch to the left, one receiver to the right. They send a tight end, Halsey in motion, though, from left to right. This is 2nd and 6. Blue Devils will run it and get a couple to the 18. Tackle made by Gray. Gain of 3. It'll be 3rd down. Duke needs 3 yards. They are 5 of 14 on 3rd down tonight. Second overtime in Chapel Hill, 47-39 Carolina. This is a good 3.5, maybe 4 yards needed for the first down for Duke. On 3rd down, they're playing with 4, though, with the Heels up in double overtime.
Yeah, win this down. Just force them to snap the ball one more time on this series.
Duke will run it again, and they don't get it.
Yeah, they're going to be a little short.
Handoff to Coleman, but Power Eccles stuffs him a yard shy. 4th down for Duke.
That's what you want. Just make the offense keep having to snap the football. Keep having to snap the football. Sorry, Jones.
No, Duke's 3 for 3 on 4th down, including that 30-yard touchdown in the final minute of regulation. Play clock at 20. Duke still looking to the sideline.
Duke has been super aggressive. I wonder if they're going to go aggressive on this down.
Coleman will be the running back for Duke. Calhoun comes in motion. Loftus gets the snap. He's going to sprint out to the near side. He throws it. Caught short of the 10, but enough for the first down. As Jordan Moore made the catch. Shoved out of bounds inside the 10. And it'll be first and goal for Duke at about the 6, maybe the 7. It is a gain of 10. So you're right, Brian. They stay aggressive on fourth down.
Yeah.
First and goal from the 6. Loftus now 183 yards passing and 2 scores. It is first and goal now. Carolina up 8. Duke needs a touchdown and a 2. Loftus hands off to Coleman, stretching to the far side, and the Tar Heels chase him down. First man there is Don Chapman. Loss of 1 on the play.
Yeah, if you're a DB and you have the edge, that's how you set it right there. You don't wait for the running back to come to you. You go attack the running back. Even if I miss the tackle, I force the running back to have to stop his feet to redirect. Now the rest of the crew can come and make a play.
It is second and goal now from the 7. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, Jordan Moore. Loftus in the shotgun, Coleman to his right, Dalmolin the tight end, a wing on the right side of the line. Loftus, play action, throws, and caught for the touchdown in the center of the end zone by Jordan Moore.
Yeah, that's too easy. Anytime they spread it out, and anytime you're the DB away from trips, if you're the backside of trips, you have to be expecting either the fade ball or either the slant. Depending on what your leverage is, you understand what your threat is, but that's just too easy.
It was Armani Chapman defending on the play. And so now it comes down to this 2-point play for Duke. They have already converted a 2-point play tonight.
And usually there's a defender that has underneath that should be helping him out on that slant ball.
Here we go, 1 play, 2-point. Duke trying to tie to get it to a third overtime. Loftus out of the shotgun, throws to the end zone. Incomplete! Incomplete! The bell belongs to us! Carolina wins it! 47-45 in double overtime. Duke gave it all they had, and it wasn't enough. The crowd spilling onto the field to celebrate the rivalry win in dramatic fashion yet again.
What a great game, though. You got to give Duke credit fighting back. Carolina looked like they had an opportunity in the 4th to run away with it, but Duke just kept fighting with a young quarterback, running the football, making plays in the passing game when they had to. And then Carolina, when you got Drake Maye, you got a chance to win a football game.
I mean, let's not forget, the Tar Heels were down with 41 seconds to go, and Maye
the ball
moved
up to,
them down the field. Yes. And then Noah Burnett.
Yep.
Stepped up big, a 43-yard field goal to send this to overtime. Hampton had 169 yards rushing. Maye, 342 yards passing. Walker, 162 yards receiving. Holy smokes, what a night in Chapel Hill. The crowd is on the field in full. All the Tar Heel students celebrating the rivalry win over Duke. Carolina stays alive for the ACC Championship Game with the win. They still need some help, but they live to see another week. Carolina improves to 8-2, 4-2 in conference play. Duke falls to 6-4, 3-3 in the ACC. And Mack Brown, his first 2 years at Carolina, he lost to Duke, including in 1989. Steve Spurrier and Duke beat Carolina here in Chapel Hill 41-0 and took a picture under the scoreboard after the game. Since then, Mack Brown's teams have played Duke 13 times. They've won 13 times, including tonight in double overtime, 47-45. Carolina, the touchdown in overtime was a 5-yard, or in double overtime, was a 5-yard Maye run. and then Maye to Copenhagen for the 2. Duke gets the touchdown in double overtime, the pass to Moore, his 3rd touchdown of the night. But the 2-point throw from Loftus to the back line of the end zone was too strong, incomplete. And Carolina wins it 47-45. So, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it might be a while till we can get to Mac Brown. I'm not even sure how he can get out of this mob of people. I mean, I'm not sure I've ever seen this many people on the field at Kenan Stadium. It is. Let's go down to Lee. Lee's fighting for his life down there. Lee, what's going on?
Jones, I have just made my way out of this melee down to the west end zone. I've got a little bit of room around me, but I was absolutely pummeled, and I had no idea it was coming. But just a remarkable display down here. People taking selfies, obviously a lot of screaming and yelling, just a humongous celebration. I remember 4 years ago when Carolina held off Duke at the opposite end in overtime with Chaz Surratt's interception. But boy, this is well off the charts in terms of delirium down here in the west end zone.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, what, Brian? 80% of the field is covered with people. And they continue to celebrate their 5th consecutive win, Carolina over Duke. 47-45 in double overtime, the final score. Drake Maye leads Carolina to a game-tying field goal drive with 41 seconds left. Led the Heels to a game-tying field goal drive in overtime. And then the touchdown and the 2 in double overtime to win it. 47-45 eventually over the Blue Devils. As now they're going to play the alma mater and try to get everybody off the field. I'm guessing after that, they've already lit that bell tower blue. What a scene here in Chapel Hill. As, I mean, Duke faked a punt. Duke had a surprise onside kick. Duke scored on 4th down from 30 yards out with less than a minute to go. And it still wasn't enough. Tar Heels beat the Blue Devils for the 5th consecutive time to improve to 8-2 and 4-2 in conference action. Okay, we're going to take a timeout. I tell you what, actually, before we do that, it's closing in on midnight. It's been a long game. So let's take a 10-second ID break first as we're near midnight on the East Coast. Carolina wins it in double overtime. Let's break 10 seconds for station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network. We got a basketball game tomorrow. I'm not sure I'm going to have enough voice left for that. Tar Heels win at 47-45. Let's go to break. We'll start getting into the Coke postgame report after this from Learfield. For the Tar Heels, this 47-45 double overtime victory over Duke raises Carolina's all-time overtime record to 6-10. It is the 3rd time that they have won a double overtime game. 2nd time this year. Remember, mentioned earlier, they beat Tennessee. You want a wild game, go to that Music City Bowl back in 2010 in Nashville. Tar Heels win that one in double overtime. Of course, had the win over Appalachian earlier this year in double overtime, getting the big defensive stop. And then here tonight, did enough. Got the stop on the 2-point play in double overtime to get the win. This was after Duke had scored on 5 consecutive possessions to end the game. The Blue Devils had 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter and then scored a field goal in their first overtime and then the touchdown in the second overtime, but failed on the 2-point conversion. So Carolina wins it 47-45. Tar Heels improved to 8-2, 4-2 in conference action. Duke falls to 6-4 and 3-3 in conference play. Mac Brown soon going to be with us inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. Our coverage of Carolina Duke all night long has been presented by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. And this, of course, is the Coke Postgame Report, brought to you by Coca-Cola. And they say Coke Zero is irresistibly tasty. Does that make it the best Coke ever? You'll have to find out for yourself. Remember, coming up, we've got the Old Dominion Best in the Game Player of the Game. Man, what a lot of choices tonight. You got Drake Maye, 342 yards, a touchdown passing, 2 touchdowns running. Marion Hampton, 169 yards and a touchdown. You've got Noah Burnett. He made 6 field goals in this game, including a 43-yarder as time expired to send it to overtime. Tez Walker, 162 yards on 7 catches as well. So a lot of choices tonight, certainly for the Tar Heels. In fact, while we wait for Coach Brown, let's get to the stats presented by Lenovo. Lenovo, a global technology leader that has called North Carolina home since 2005. Visit Lenovo.com. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. We'll start off with the Tar Heels. Now, keeping in mind they had double overtime to add to this, but against a Duke defense that came in top 25 in the country, 27th overall, giving up 329 yards. Carolina puts up 537 yards tonight on 87 plays. 342 yards passing, 195 yards rushing. Carolina finished 11 of 19 on third down, 2 of 2 on fourth down, 9 of 9 in the red zone for Carolina. Now, of course, a bunch of those were field goals, but Duke came in second in the country in red zone defense. Their opponents had only been in the red zone 26 total times all year, and Carolina got in there 9 times tonight. Now, again, they did have to settle for plenty of field goals in doing so, but also enough touchdowns to make it happen here in double overtime, 47-45. Meanwhile, Duke has 379 total yards, 200 passing, and 179 yards rushing. We'll get to the rest of the stats in just a moment, but joining us now via headset inside the Kenan Football Center is the Hall of Fame head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Coach, gosh, you have been doing this for more than 40 years as a head coach. You've seen a lot of wild moments, wild plays, wild scenes. I have to think this double overtime victory for your team ranks right up there with any of them.
Jones, it really does. In fact, 2 of our 5 Duke games have come down like this.
Yeah.
If you think about it, the Surratt interception with, I think, 18 seconds left the first year, or 16, and then last year scoring with 13 seconds left and having to intercept the ball to keep them from kicking the field goal. Give them credit. Mike did a good job. His team was prepared. We had opportunities to increase the lead during the game, and we didn't do it. They faked a punt. They got an onside kick. They did the things they needed to do to keep hanging in there, and then give our kids credit because at 41 seconds left, 2 timeouts, you're down by 3. It's hard to win. Yeah. And Drake Maye played as good as anybody I've ever seen. He made 2 or 3 plays in the game that are just you just don't normally see people make, and so proud of him. And he is as good a quarterback as there is in this country, period. And I just love him, the way he competes, his confidence. He exudes that confidence to the other players. So it was fun. And I'm so proud of these guys. Number one, that they kept the belt, because that's very important to our university. And number 2, this is the kind of stuff that you learn in this game that helps you for the rest of your life, because you're down, you're struggling, it looks bad, it looks like that you have no chance, and there's going to be times in their life that happens. Our fans stayed, our fans fought and competed with us. They were a huge difference at the end, especially when we won in front of our student section in the overtime. But this is why you play this crazy game. It's the lessons that you learn from it.
Coach Duke, as you referenced, I mean they unloaded the bag tonight. Fake punt, the surprise onside, 4th down, going for it on 4th down multiple times. How did you keep your guys? How did your guys stay engaged and continue to fight when some unusual things were happening that that was giving Duke some advantages?
Well, one of the things that you want with your staff and your players are when things aren't going well, you want them to continue to work, and you do not want them to get bad body language, and you do not want them to start pointing fingers. And none of that happened tonight. And that's why I'm so proud. We were poised. We had the mess up in the kicking game where we call the fair catch and drop the ball, and that's the rule. It would be there at the 1. Then we throw the interception. Other than that, offensively, we didn't score in the red zone as many times as we needed to, but we did when we had to. Omarion rushing against one of the better rushing defenses in the country for 169 yards is phenomenal. And like I said, Drake just he lit it up. Defensively, we played great till the end, and then we didn't make a few plays. And that's what but we stopped the run better. We did a better job throughout the game until late fourth quarter. And then we've got to go back and just make sure we finish games. But very, very proud of this. This was a huge win for us and our program. We're sitting here 8-2 with 2 very difficult teams left. This is one of the best defenses in the country. And for us to sit here and score 47 points and have 537 yards and 87 plays is pretty cool.
Coach, I just wanted to mention, and there were several individuals who had big games. I mean, Tez Walker, 162 yards receiving, multiple great competitive grabs. You mentioned Amari Hampton and certainly Drake Maye. I just want to mention your kicker, Noah Burnett. He has had some moments previously in his career where there's some kicks he'd like to have back. But, man, he stepped up and all night long, but particularly that one right before the end of regulation, stepped up and made a big kick for your team.
Well, he really did. And I didn't get to see him. It was so crazy on the field, but I will mention that in the press conference, and I'll text him tonight or call him and make sure I find him, because we wouldn't be sitting here this happy unless he'd kicked that one through, and protection was great. So those guys were straining and making sure that we could put ourselves in a position to win the game.
Coach, last thing, and I know it's late, and thank you for your time. You have highlighted these last 3 games. You talked about the emotion that will be required in these last 3 games, and holy smokes, there was a lot of emotion tonight. How in the world do you try and pick yourself back up for another terrific team next week down in Death Valley?
Well, they didn't ask us whether we were going to or not when they scheduled it, so we don't have any choice. We got to go to Death Valley, and what I've told the guys is, these are great environments. Tonight was a great environment. Senior night, these guys will remember this the rest of their life. And when they're 50, they're going to say, what was your record against Duke? And they can say, we're 4-0. We're 5-0 against Duke, and that's really, really important here. And then next week, you go to one of the best places to play in the country, and Clemson played unbelievably today. And then NC State's one of the great places to go play under the rival game, and they were dominant with their game today. So we've got 2 fun weeks left that are really challenging, but this team sitting here at 8-2 will be ready to go try to compete and fight to win both those games.
Coach, congratulations again on the terrific evening and a memorable one here in Chapel Hill as Carolina wins its 5th consecutive game against Duke. Thank you for your time, Coach, and look forward to talking with you this week.
Well, thank you, Jones. And 2 things in closing. Veterans, thank you so much for what you do so we can have a free country and play. And we need to think about you every day, not just today, but that you're being honored across the country because you should be. And secondly, thank you to our fans. You make a difference. You made a difference tonight. You do make a difference. And we need this. This is the last one this year. We need this every week, because for us to get where we're trying to go in football, we can't do it without you. So thank you for being positive, and thank you for hanging in there. And there were some things that didn't look good tonight, and we looked like we were in trouble, and nobody was hitting those exits with 41 seconds left. And I liked it, and I thought that made a huge difference in who we were as the way we finished the game. So thank you.
Coach, again, thank you for your time. Congratulations on the win, and we'll talk to you this upcoming week.
Thank you, Jones.
That's Mac Brown in a happy Continental Tire Coach's Corner after Carolina wins 47-45. We're going to take a break. We're still going to finish going through those stats. We're trying to get Drake Maye to come join us as well via headset, and so we'll try to get that chat with Drake. He's got obviously there's a lot going on right now, but the Tar Heels win it in double overtime 47-45 from Learfield.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcast rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of North Carolina and Learfield.
There's still folks on the field here in Kenan Stadium. They're starting. I mean, it is not the absolute mass of folks that was out there after this double overtime Tar Heel win 47-45 over Duke. But there are still several hundred people on the field here in Kenan Stadium trying to get it cleared off after this dramatic win. Tar Heels over the Blue Devils in double overtime 47-45. And, man, these games just always seem to be close, don't they? I mean, Carolina's won 5 straight. Tar Heels have won 28 of the last 34 in this series, and yet it never feels easy when these two get together. Coach Brown alluded to it even in his time back here in the 5 years since his return. Carolina's won all 5. 3 of those 5 have come down essentially to the final play or close to it. The Surratt interception in 2019, the Drake Maye to Antoine Green pass last year in Durham with 16 seconds left, and now this one is the Tar Heels get the stop on on the 2-point play in double overtime to win it 47-45. Now, when we left you, before Coach Brown joined us, we were going through the stats from this one presented by Lenovo, and we're here on the Coke Postgame Report brought to you by Coca-Cola. They say Coke Zero is irresistibly tasty. Does that make it the best Coke ever? You'll have to find out for yourself. And those stats presented by Lenovo, a global technology leader that has called North Carolina home since 2005. Visit Lenovo.com. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. And we gave you the Tar Heel stats just real quickly, just a quick brush over on them again. 537 yards on 87 plays, 342 yards passing, 195 yards rushing. That was against one of the better defenses in the conference and the country. Now, of course, there was the overtime periods to add to some of that, but still the Tar Heels able to execute at a high level offensively all night. They punted one time all night. They scored on every possession but 2. A punt and the interception. And other than that, the Tar Heels scored, and that doesn't even count the overtime, on their other 9 possessions. So pretty wild how effective Carolina's offense was tonight. Certainly Duke's defense in the red zone, a big reason why this game was even as close as it was, which was very close. The other numbers for Duke, we were going through those. 379 yards of offense for Duke on 72 plays, 200 yards passing, 179 yards rushing. Blue Devils ended up with more possession time, 31-24 to 28-36 for Carolina. Third down, a big deal in this game. Carolina was 11 of 19. Duke was just 5 of 15. Both teams were perfect on fourth down. Duke 4 of 4, Carolina 2 of 2. Both teams perfect in the red zone. 9 of 9. I'm not sure I've ever seen a 9 of 9 in the red zone before. That's crazy. And when you put up this many points as the Tar Heels did and had as much success as they did, but didn't really have an explosive play. In fact, they did not score a touchdown outside of a red zone possession tonight. So really intriguing matchup and strength there between Carolina's offense and Duke's defense. Okay, let's get to the individual numbers. Omarion Hampton, 169 yards on 31 carries. He had a touchdown as well, averaged 5.5 yards per carry. He is the first Tar Heel to have 30 or more carries in a game since Gio Bernard did it against Duke. He had 31 carries tonight. He is at 1,236 yards on the season. He has passed most recently in the single-season records for Carolina, passed Amos Lawrence to move into the top 10, and then passed Gio Bernard as well to move into 9th all-time at Carolina. in single-season rushing yards, and it was his 5th straight game of 100 or more yards for Omarion Hampton tonight. And we now have on headset inside the Kenan Football Center joining us a man who had 342 yards passing tonight, a touchdown passing and 2 touchdowns rushing. That's Drake Maye. Drake, thanks for joining us, first of all, and holy cow, what a game. Just take us through your thoughts after this wild victory.
Yeah, just how about that? Just total team win. Just a kind of reflection of how much work and it's a big rivalry game. Shout out to the crowd. How about it only ended right. I think in the first overtime I should have gave it to Omarion on the second down. It would have been a touchdown, and on the third down I missed Nate wide open on a little pivot route. And I think it was just right that the defense ended with a stop. I think that made it even so much sweeter. What great way to go out for the seniors. Just so much emotions. I don't have much words for it, as you can tell. But love this team. Noah Burnett was huge, and just kind of knew if you're down 3 with the game, game on the line. We need to drive. We need 3 points. That seems kind of easy. We can practice it every Thursday, and kind of dropping 8, just rushing 3, and. I think we've been in more scenarios where we needed a touchdown, which is a little more difficult. But when you need 3, I feel like that's kind of easy, and Noah put it through. And just kind of one of those feelings when we're going in overtime, we thought we were going to win. So props to the guys, never giving up, never quitting, and just how about the crowd, and just a great way to go out in Kenan.
Drake, you say it's easy, man. It doesn't look real easy, but you make it look easy. I mean, that drive at the end, plus there's just some wild plays tonight. The pitch to Omarion on your third down run where it looked like you were going to get stopped and pitched it, and a 4th down throw to J.J. Jones where he avoided the sack, and even the 2-point play to John Copenhaver there at the end. How do these things keep happening for you, man? It looks real easy when I know it isn't.
Yes, sir. Just playing ball. Being an athlete. Never giving up on the play. And I always have my eyes downfield. That's what I try to do. And Mario, we messed up a draw. I told him, there's a couple things we can do. I can give it to him, or he can go run block for me on the draw. And he ended up staying behind, and I saw him there and just playing ball. I figured I'm going down. He can go get a lot more yards than me anyway. So, how about Mario tonight? The guys up front. I feel like everybody on offense made plays when their number was called. And credit the defense at the end for making a stop. And got a lot left to play for, and got a tough one down there in Death Valley next week, so we're really ready for that one.
Drake, I know you got some other people to talk to. We appreciate you joining us. Just real quick, and I know you hadn't made this decision yet as far as what's going to happen after this year, but this could have been your last game in Kenan Stadium. Just if it is, what do you think your memories will be of all those people on the field and just the way this one ended tonight?
Yeah, golly, if it is my last one, there's no better way to end it. How about that? I feel like it's a story, storytell ending. You couldn't imagine. Like I said, shout out to the fans. Against the rival, against Duke. It's a great day to be a Tar Heel. Love this team. Love these guys. Love these fans. Dream come true playing quarterback here, and we'll see what's in store. But if it is my last one, like I said, couldn't go out any better.
Well, as Mac Brown said just a few minutes ago, he thinks he's the best quarterback in the country, and if there's a better one, gosh, I'd like to see him. Drake Maye with a terrific night tonight, and his incredible career continues. Drake, thank you for the time. Congratulations on the win, and we'll talk to you soon.
Woo, yes, sir. Go Heels.
I think we had 2 yes, sirs, a golly, a woo in there from Drake. So a very Drake Maye interview there. Thank you, Drake, for your time, and what a great game from him. And 28-43, a touchdown, an interception. He ran for 2 touchdowns as well. And, Brian, to me, those numbers are good. And any quarterback in the country would like that. But it's those plays that Mac Brown was talking about and that I just mentioned. That 2-point throw to Copenhaver, the throw to J.J. Jones on 4th, those aren't normal plays. That's where you realize this guy is a special player.
Yeah, and the drive to get you in field goal range to take it to overtime. And as he says, his thought process, that's easy, right? If all I need is a field goal, but that's, he knows how good he is and the weapons he has. He says that's easy. That's not easy. That's not easy to drive that amount of yards to put your team in field goal range. But his mindset out there is like that. This is a gimme. All we need is a field goal. Okay, I can get you in range, and that's pretty much been the case. You think about it, when they need to at least get in the field goal range, he can do that easily, right? So, just kind of a window into his thought process as he goes out onto the field and then you see why he's able to operate the way he does, because there's no pressure on him. He's just going out there and playing pitch and catch.
Some other numbers as we were going through the individual stats for Carolina. Hampton finished with 8 catches and 47 yards in addition to his 169 yards and touchdown on the ground. He had the 8 catches and 47 yards. The 8 catches for Hampton is by far a career high. It doubled his career high, as are the yards, a career high for him as well. And I'm talking about receiving. Tez Walker set a career high as well in yards tonight. Not just a Carolina high, his overall career high was previously 159 at Miami of Ohio with Kent State last year. He has 162 yards receiving tonight. And Brian, it felt like multiple times Carolina was able to stretch the field with Walker in a game where chunk plays weren't necessarily easy to come by.
Yep.
That was the one connection where Carolina was able to really flip the field a couple different times, including on that field goal drive at the end with long throws to Walker.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what he brings to the table, especially, when Duke went to a single high look. That's what your read should be, outside first. And so when you have Walker out there, it makes it easy. I think the next progression for Walker and this offense, and I don't know if they get to it this year, is, now you see him kind of staying put on one side of the field. And to me, you start moving him around, you start putting him at different spots, then he really becomes an issue. Right now, you pretty much know where he is and you can kind of dictate coverage. But if you get to the point where you want to put him in the slot, you want to move him around with motions and things like that, then he's really going to be a headache.
It's a career high in receptions for Nesbitt. He had 7 catches, and he's another player that, we're talking about individuals here, made huge plays.
That was a big-time catch.
2 huge catches on the touchdown Carolina had that looked like it was going to be the game-winning touchdown in the final moments of regulation. The catch he made at the 5-yard line on 3rd down, where Duke was trying to claim it had intercepted it, but Nesbitt came down before Duke wrestled it away, and then the touchdown grab in the back right corner as well, where he's kind of falling back, was interfered with, flag on the play.
I forgot about that one.
And still made the catch as well. So Nesbitt, the 7 catches tonight, again, a career high for him. And that means Nesbitt now, in the last 4 games, Nesbitt has 19 catches and 3 touchdowns for the Tar Heels. He also has, in that time period, over 300 yards receiving. So 19 catches, more than 300 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And Mac Brown has said that a couple games ago, he basically said, get the ball to our best players as often as possible. And that is Hampton, Walker, Nesbitt, and the Tar Heels are finding ways to get them the ball.
And listen, that is what coaching is, especially once you get in the red zone. And those 3 guys, Hampton, Nesbitt, and Walker, they can get theirs on any Saturday.
Right.
And you have to find ways to get them the football, because Nesbitt is a matchup problem. If you put a linebacker on him, chances are he's not going to be athletic enough, can't run well enough. If you put a DB on him, he's going to be too small. And then Walker can run past you. And then obviously we know what Omarion Hampton does in the run game with the power and the ability to take it to the house from a distance. So those 3 guys are going to be a problem for everybody we play. And, you just got to find ways. But you notice on those last drives, those 3 guys touch the football.
Yeah.
And that's just good coaching.
J.J. Jones, 2 catches, 37 yards. McCollum, 2 catches for 9 yards. A catch for Doc Chapman. He had 10 yards on the grab. Copenhaver, a catch for 9 yards, and that didn't even count the 2-point play for Copenhaver tonight. For Duke, man, tip your cap to Grayson Loftus. True freshman, came in here, led Duke on what looked like it was going to be the game-winning touchdown drive, led Duke to a touchdown in the double overtime period, but just didn't quite have enough in total. He was 16 of 28, 189 yards, and 3 touchdowns tonight. So impressive stuff for the freshman in a tough spot. He stepped up for huge plays. Jordan Waters had 2 touchdowns on the ground, 113 yards for Duke. How about Jordan Moore, the former quarterback, 6 catches, 88 yards, and 3 scores tonight. Jalen Calhoun had several big catches for Duke as well. He ended up with 6 catches for 64 yards. Defensively, Cedric Gray led the way for Carolina with 11 tackles. And, Brian, I know you didn't want to hear this, but with those 11 tackles, Ced Gray passed Brian all-time in tackles at Carolina. He moves into 9th place all-time at Carolina as far as tackles are concerned. And in all seriousness, Brian, I know you don't mind getting passed by somebody who plays as hard like Ced Gray does.
I love Cedric Gray. I love him as a football player. He'd be a guy that you love to play with. So I have no problem with. I didn't even know I was on the list. So,
other than Brian has it tattooed on his forearm, now he's got to scratch it off and put a different one on there.
But I have no problem with him passing me up. And guys that play that way, they deserve to get credit, and they deserve to get the praise that he gets. He's a good football player.
Leading tackler for Duke is their leading tackler on the season. Trey Freeman, kind of quietly, really having a nice sophomore year for the Blue Devils. He had 14 tackles tonight. That gives him 85 on the year, and that gives him 64 in the last 6 games for the Blue Devils. So those are the Lenovo stats. We have thrown a ton at you. It's late at night. We're going to take a break. We still got to give you play of the game, player of the game, but we'll start picking up the pay. We'll go to hurry up here after this commercial break so we can get out of here. It's late. Tar Heels win it.
It's not late. It's real late.
And I know Brian doesn't have to be there. We do have basketball. We'll be on there in about 12 hours with you for basketball as well. But Heels win it tonight, 47-45 in double overtime from Learfield.
Carolina football has been brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Coca-Cola Postgame Show.
Man, it's hard to believe this is the last game in Kenan Stadium this year. It feels like this season has just flown by. Of course, there's still plenty to do in the regular season for the Tar Heels, but it will be on the road. And what 2 difficult road trips they have upcoming. Clemson, what was that guy, Tyler in Spartanburg, that called Dabo in his on his call-in show? Seems to have lit a fire under Dabo Swinney and the Tigers. They have looked great the last 2 weeks, beating Notre Dame and just crushing Georgia Tech today. So they're hot. They're 6-4 now, bowl eligible, playing really well. They have a terrific defense. And then NC State, Pack has won last 2 against the Tar Heels in dramatic fashion both times. They've won, I believe, 3 in a row after their win today over Wake Forest, 26-6. They have a terrific defense, including one of the best defensive players in the conference in Peyton Wilson. So it'll be a challenge for the Tar Heels, certainly, down these final 2 games against some great teams, and we're looking forward to bringing you that coverage. But Kenan Stadium, the action for this year is finished, and finished in dramatic fashion, 47-45, Carolina in double overtime. Let's get to our Coke play of the game, brought to you by Coca-Cola. They say Coke Zero is irresistibly tasty. Does that make it the best Coke ever? You'll have to find out for yourself. So when you have look, we could have picked 100 plays in this game because there were some great ones, but when you have a game that ends in double overtime, you got to go to the end. We're going to have Maye's touchdown run, Maye to Copenhagen for 2, and then the Tar Heels getting the game-winning stop on Duke's 2-point play as well. That final sequence on both sides of things will be our Coke plays of the game. Maye going to sprint out to the right side, cuts up, Maye to the end zone, touchdown, Carolina! Maye alone in the shotgun, so a unique formation here for Carolina for this 2-point try. Shotgun snap to Maye. Pump fake to the right. Maye's going to try and pass it, and he does so. 2 points. Back line. Copenhagen for 2. Here we go. 1 play, 2-point. Duke trying to tie to get it to a 3rd overtime. Loftus out of the shotgun. Throws to the end zone. Incomplete. Incomplete. The bell belongs to us. Carolina wins it. 47-45 in double overtime. What a finish tonight in Kenan Stadium. And I'm going to tell you that 2-point play. I mean, Maye pump fake to the right, started moving up the middle of the field, and it was almost like a little jump pass that he made to Copenhagen on the back line. That was a heck of a play, and ended up being the difference, 47-45. Okay, we've got 2 commercials left, so what we're going to do, I'm going to get final thoughts from Brian. We're going to take a commercial, and then Dave's going to take it out of that and get you the rest of the way here on the Coke Postgame Report and the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. But, Brian, it was not easy in any way, and credit to Duke again. I mean, they played well. They
They left it all on the table.
They left it on the field, and they emptied the bag.
Yep.
Everything they had, they threw at Carolina, and a lot of it worked. The fake punt, the onside kick surprise, making some, they didn't ask Loftus to do too much, but then he stepped up at times when he needed to. Duke played really well, but Carolina got the win, and certainly the Tar Heels happy tonight.
No question, and they should be. Obviously there's going to be things that they don't like on tape, but that's always going to be the case. But at the end of the game, when it got down to it, they had opportunities to win football games, and they made plays. And like you said, give Duke a lot of credit because they came in here being who they are. They want to run the football, they want to play defense, and they want to be good on special teams. And they played it conservatively, took care of their quarterback until the fourth quarter when they asked him to go out there and make plays. And to his credit, he went out there and made plays for him. And Carolina, like Drake Maye say, if you need a field goal, that's easy, baby. I get that done for you. That's no problem. And but what a good game just to watch, to be a spectator. And obviously we had an opportunity to call it. But, just as a football fan to see both teams going out there making plays, that's what it's about at this level, seeing young guys go out there and make plays and just being competitive.
Yeah, really was a game where both teams made some really exciting plays, had some exciting moments. And multiple times. I think Carolina thought I had it won. Duke thought I had it won. It was the Tar Heels in the end in double overtime that win it by 2. Wild game tonight in Kenan. So we're going to take a break, come back, and Dave will take you through the rest. A couple of reminders. We do have basketball coming up not that long from now. We'll be on the air in about 12 hours for the pregame show of Carolina and Lehigh, just the second meeting between those two. Brian was there. He was a youngster back then, but back in 1941, and the first time these two played back in Woolen Gym, Brian was there cheering on the Tar Heels. I
was only 5.
Yeah, that's right. So that's Carolina Lehigh tomorrow. We're on the air at 1. Marcus Ginyard will join us as the analyst for this one tomorrow. Game tips a little bit after 2 o'clock. And then we've got Mac Brown live on Monday night, top of the hill. That will be a festive atmosphere for sure after this victory. So hope you can join us in person Monday night, top of the hill with Coach Brown. And then we know Carolina Clemson next week is at 3:30. We'll be on there at 2:30 for that one. Plus there's basketball on Friday night as well in the Smith Center. Tar Heels hosting UC Riverside. So, man, come on. Tons of Tar Heel stuff coming up here over the next week. We look forward to bringing it all to you. By the way, that state game time should learn that tomorrow morning. So by the time we come on the air for the basketball game tomorrow, we should know that state game time in 2 weeks in Raleigh. We'll pass that along to you tomorrow during the basketball game. Okay, we're going to take a break, come back. Dave will finish things up for you here on the Coke Postgame Report and the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. Another memorable chapter in Carolina Duke. It's the Tar Heels winning in double overtime, 47-45 from Learfield.
John Essex back in the network studios. Carolina defeats Duke 47-45 in double overtime. Here with Deems May on the phone. Deems, tell me what you saw tonight.
Well, what a win. There's so many. Where do we start? I think I'll just start with what a great way to go out for our seniors, the guys that played their last game. What a great memory for them. I don't think I've seen Kenan that exciting, that hype after a game. And who cares who you're playing or whatever. It's just so great to see the students and the players and coaches and everybody out there dancing and having a great time. And I tell you, there's so many things, John, that we could go through and what went wrong, what didn't. But Drake Maye is the best quarterback in the country. Bryson Nesbitt's a top 5 tight end. Tez Walker, we've talked about him all we want to talk about. But let's start with Chip Lindsey. There was a lot of people that didn't like that hire when we hired Chip, and right now they're looking and they have to be looking at themselves in the mirror and say I made the wrong call. But that's a good defense. I think they were giving up 16 points a game, and they stoned us early, and we kept getting down there and finally found a way to get in there. 2-point play, overtime. Amari and Hampton running downhill. I can just go on and on. But the bottom line is we're 8-2. It wasn't pretty, but at the end of this, there's going to be so many great memories for everybody that was in that stadium for sure.
Well, now we got Dave Nathan joining us. Dave, are you back? Well, actually, he's not bad. Well, Deems, from watching it here from the studios, it seems like it was just a real good time to watch from site there. Dave, do we have you? I keep on thinking I hear Dave in my ear, but I guess not. Deems, just from like a quarterback's perspective, because I know that in high school you were a quarterback. Just tell me what you think is going through Drake Maye's mind right now. It's his last game, or is it in Chapel Hill? What do you think? What do you think is running through his mind? What is he feeling right now?
I think he's just excited for all the seniors, and this is his last game. I mean, there's no doubt you can't turn down. I mean, I think he's going to be number one overall, and if that number one spot falls into somebody quarterback needy, if not, he's a top 5 pick, and you can't turn that down. That was his last game too. He pretty much put the whole team on his back. I mean, there were some plays out there that any objective player could look at. So, there's nobody making those plays. That 4th down where he broke out and hit JJ on the sideline, the flip backwards, the lateral back to Amarian, the 2-point play, which was a quarterback draw that got squeezed in, and last minute he flips it to Copenhaver, which was the game winner, the one that J.J. Jones would, before that even happened, in the first overtime, Chip just drew up some good plays. Drake put on the money. And then Duke's defense, when they got down there and they didn't have to worry about Tez Walker running by them or Bryson going down the middle of the field, and they knew they had that end zone line, that back end zone line as a 12th defender, they came hard, they came strong, they were really good, and there's a reason why, John, they were only giving up 16 points, but Chip Lindsey and Drake Maye hung 540-some yards on them on offense, and in overtime, that was only 50 of those in overtime or whatever it was. So, I tell you, for the last game for Drake and all the seniors and Kenan, and to have that crowd out there, right, with that little ACC crew in the background and all the dancing and the lights going, that's a memory for everybody, and it was fun to be a part of it. I've never seen the bigger smiles. The students got the excitement about it, and man, we just found a way to win, and we haven't, you think back against Georgia Tech and Virginia, we didn't, we learned, I guess we learned from that, but we found a way to win, and there was a lot of things that you can go back and look at, but right now let's just have some fun. We beat Duke on some really good players on their backs, and it was a fun sight, and I tell you, it was something else from watching from those stands and taking pictures of it, and I'm sure that'll be the talk of the town and around here, at least till Sunday night.
Hey, Deems, Clemson defeated Georgia Tech 42-21. What do we got to look forward to next week?
Well, they're rolling a little bit. They're back on track. I think ever since that Dabo deal that they had, the guy from Spartanburg call in and question his salary, I think his players rally behind him. And speaking of that Georgia Tech game, their quarterback throws 4 picks, 2 pick sixes. The guy that didn't drop a pass drops 2 touchdowns. It's just like everybody that's played us, that doesn't happen. They do it against Clemson, and the guy drops 2 passes that are touchdowns. Quarterback throws 4, 2 pick sixes. That stuff just didn't happen against us. It doesn't seem to happen. Everybody seems to play their best game. But, Clemson had their backs to the wall. They're fighting out. They're really good at home. They're going to look at some things that we did. And they're going to be ready for it. It's just we've got so many weapons, and if we can continue to run Marion downhill, and he's just been a workhorse, and Bryson, our other tight ends, threaten the middle of the field, and then you got Tez on the outside, and JJ and those other guys stretching the field. Our offense, it's as good as any in the country, and it's as balanced as anybody in the country. Our defense, they made some good stops tonight. They gave up too much late in the second half. When you're up 24-16 or whatever it was, and we just let them go straight down the field, that's got to be fixed. That's just one of the most frustrating things. But at the end of the day, they didn't lose confidence when they gave up the 4th down. I owe apology to Gene Chizik. I've been like, why are we sitting back on 4th down 7? We got a true freshman. We bring the house, and the guy runs by us. So Gene brought the house, and that made me know why he didn't bring them as much. But anyway, they made the plays at the end. The special teams were bad, John. I mean, we gave up a fake punt, we gave up an onside kick, and we gave up a bad kickoff return. And we talked about pregame. It's a three-pronged game: offense, defense, and special teams. And we definitely, this is one of the ones where our offense outdid them beating us when our defense struggled in the fourth quarter, and they beat us definitely on special teams. So we can't have those blunders. The onside kick you got to be ready for, and even you get them to a 4th and 6, and they've got a freshman third-string quarterback. You got to be ready for punt fakes and onside kicks. They had to create momentum, and they did. And we just had Drake Maye, and we just had Amarian Hampton, and we had Bryson Nesbitt and Tez Walker, and they didn't.
Well, Deems, we've got your broadcast partner, Dave Nathan, rejoining us here. Dave, can you hear us now?
Yes, Deems. Years from now, we'll probably have people saying that they saw me down on the field, and that's why I wasn't up here in the booth. But I can assure you, I've been up here safely inside the broadcast booth the entire time.
I thought I saw you down there, but it's going to be next year. It's going to be how about that celebration we had after the Duke game? But where you been, man?
Struggling technically, to say the least, but at any rate, listen, thanks again for joining us. Enjoy this one, and we will talk again next week when the Tar Heels travel to Clemson.
Yeah, that was fun, man. I love talking after these. I'm not very good after losses, so I wasn't going to. Hey, if we'd have lost that game, I'd have hung up a long time ago, partner. So make sure that doesn't happen again. All right, we'll see you next week.
All right, that's Deems Maye carrying things here for us on the Coca-Cola Postgame Report as the Tar Heels win in double overtime, 47-45 over the Duke Blue Devils. That will conclude the network portion of our broadcast, but again, the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show still to follow for select affiliates in the Triangle. Our broadcast was produced by Tar Heel Sports Properties, a property of Learfield. Our general manager is Chuck Schrader, network manager Phil Brame, Paul Roper is our network coordinator. Thanks to Chief Network Engineer Ben Alexander, John Essick back in the studio, and Matt Krause for providing these statistics. For Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace, Deems Maye, and the rest of our crew, my name is Dave Nathan, reminding you that our next broadcast begins with the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. That'll be on Saturday at 2:30 when the Tar Heels play at Clemson. Once again, our final score, Carolina 47, Duke 45. It took double overtime to decide this one, and you heard it all right here on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Carolina football has been brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation of the Tar Heels Sports Network.